Justice, where are you? Michael and Linda are here.
Love you, Linda.
Where is justice? Will we ever find justice?
The courthouse the other day in the hallway, you're singing
Will
"Oh
we
Happy
know
Day."
justice when we see it? To be and down, may I lead the way, hoping justice will win the day. Listener clues, finding justice where we can. Join us now, we're on the run. Justice is waiting, we'll see it done.
In the shadows, truth takes form. Every clue a raging storm. A puzzle piece is left to find. Justice served, no wasted time. Follow the trail, step by step. No secrets kept, no stone unwept. Facts lay bare, the proof aligns. Beyond the doubt, justice shines. Whispers echo in the night. A legal war, a righteous fight. Advocates with steel resolve. The tangled threads they will dissolve. Through the chaos, voices plead. The gavel strikes to meet the need. Strengthened hands to bear the weight. Each decision carves our fate. Follow the trail, step by step. No secrets kept, no stone unwept. Facts lay bare, the proof aligns. Beyond the doubt, justice shines. Linda's keen, a mind so vast, breaking down the shadows cast. Michael's sharp, a guiding hand. On firm ground, the fearless stand. Follow the trail, step by step. No secrets kept, no stone unwept. Facts lay bare, the proof aligns. Beyond the doubt, justice shines.
The gavel echoes in the silent hall. Linda unlocks the mystery's thrall. Michael charts truth with steady hand. Through shadows deep they make their stand. Dig through the lies the world conceals. Evidence whispers what the dark reveals. Mascots to be and domino play their role, guiding us closer to justice whole. Justice serve the truth untamed. Every story we've unframed. to pull through blurred lines where the danger's full. Linda sharp as a blade of law. Michael's insights flawless and raw. Justice served the truth untamed. Every story we've unframed. Chasing facts as they unwind. Through the chaos, clarity shines.
Justice, where are you? Michael and Linda are here. Where in the world is justice? Will we ever find justice? Will we know justice when we see it? To be and down, may I lead the way, hoping justice will win the day. It's no recluse, finding justice where we can. Join us in the hunt. The road is dark, the truth is hidden, but we won't rest. We'll keep on risking. Justice is a fight we can't ignore. We'll keep searching till we score. Michael and Linda, the search goes on. The hour is late, but we're still strong. Where is justice? What does it mean? A final answer, a truth unseen. The streets are cold, the night is wide, but we won't stop until we find the guide. Join us now, we're on the run. Justice is waiting, we'll see it done.
Tuned in, tight, the trials on display. Linda and Michael guide the way. Mascots hopping, dominoes fall. To be spinning, let's answer the call. Justice served TV, get on your feet. The courts in recess, feel the beat. Legal fire with rhythm alive. Dance it out with justice jive. From the bench to the floor we groove. Commentary sharp and smooth. In the courtroom or on the stream, we break it down while chasing the dream. Oh, justice served TV, get on your feet. The courts in recess, feel the beat. Let the mascot spark the lights. Dance through the trial, ignite your nights. Break it now, no time for objections. Spin it now in all directions. Linda snaps a fact, Michael's on the move. With justice jive, it's time to groove. Witness the rhythm, vibe in session. Trial watching turn to a confection. Mascots jive and jurors sway. Thanks for being here today.
justice, where are you? Michael and Linda are here. Where in the world is justice? Will we ever find justice? Will we know justice when we see it? To be and down may I lead the way, hoping justice will win the day. It's no clues, finding justice where we can. Join us in the hunt. The road is dark, the truth is hidden, but we won't rest. We'll keep on risking. Justice is a fight we can't ignore. We'll keep searching till we score. Michael and Linda, the search goes on. The hour is late, but we're still strong. Where is justice? What does it mean? A final answer, a truth unseen. The streets are cold, the night is wide, but we won't stop until we find the guy. Join us now, we're on the run. Justice is waiting, we'll see it done.
To be the poodle starts with flair. Dolce & Gabbana cult declares a fur baby of glamour and charm. Linda's heart held by his pa's warm arm. Gavel to gavel the mascots play, striking poses and stealing the day. Justice served with a wag and a bark, lighting up every courtroom spark. Domino the Dalmatian's no fool, four-legged DIY with a golden rule. Michael's right hand with spots galore, supervisor with a playful roar. Gavel to gavel the mascots play, striking poses and stealing the day. Justice served with a wag and a bark, lighting up every courtroom spark. A poodle, a style, a Dalmatian bold, together a story of justice told. From the halls of fame to the TV sham, heroes of the justice served fam. Tubi's designer fur gleams with pride. Domino builds while by Michael's side. Fur and furniture, their world combined. Mascots of charm, one of a kind. Gavel to gavel the mascots play, striking poses and stealing the day. Justice served with a wag and a bark, lighting up every courtroom spark. Dominoes where the mascots play. A poodle of style, a Dalmatian bold, together a story of justice told. From the halls of fame to the TV sham, heroes of the justice served fam. Supervisor with courtroom spark. A poodle of style, a Dalmatian bold, together a story of justice told. From the halls of fame to the TV sham, heroes of the justice served fam.
We're going to be in a short recess, and we're going to bring the jury back in, and we'll call the next witness. Okay?
Court, all rise. Court is back in session. Please be seated.
All right. Counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Bring them in.
Court, all rise, please. Hey, 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 all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within the Honorable. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Yes.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have a continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Hutton.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, everyone. Nice to see you again. I know I just spoke to you probably about 10 minutes ago. But again, I want to ask you those questions, then we'll talk a little bit about what our schedule is today and for the rest of the week. All right, so first question, has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial as a juror? Next, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? All right. Again, thank you for following those instructions. And then in regards to our schedule today, you're allowed to kind of roll your eyes because I'm going to say we're going to have kind of a short day today. All right. And that is, as I talked to you yesterday about an issue that has nothing to do with any of the attorneys in this case. All right. It's just something we're going to work out and I anticipate it will be worked out so that tomorrow you should count on a length of your day. All right. I've talked to counsel earlier this morning in regards to where we are in regards to the schedule and the timeline. We are still, if not on schedule, still ahead of schedule. All right. And this delay that we may have a little bit this afternoon won't affect that. All right. So I just kind of wanted to let you know that I appreciate. I know you came in here this morning. It's going to be a short day, but also gear up for a longer day tomorrow. Okay. And so with that, the other thing is I told you it's got nothing to do with any of the attorneys, but it's also or the parties. So you're not to speculate about what this might be. It's also you're not to hold it against either of the parties in regards to this. All right. If you're going to hold it against anybody, you can hold it against me. All right. So with that, we're going to return now to the evidence in this case. And Attorney Reddington.
Thank you. Sheila Kavanaugh, please. Let's see.
Good morning. You just face Madam Clerk, raise your right hand, please.
So the testimony of the evidence you shall give to the court, sorry, that matter not coming between the Commonwealth and the Territory with the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Yes. Thank you. You have to see.
Just watch your step right there.
All right, well, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, I just ask you to speak into that microphone and keep your voice up so the jury can hear you. Attorney Reddington.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you tell us your name and spell your last name, please?
My name is Sheila Kavanaugh, Cavanaughh.
And what town do you live in?
I live in the town of Belmont, Massachusetts.
And what are you doing for work now?
I am a board certified chaplain at Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston.
And I didn't know that there were board certified chaplains. What does that mean?
Well, to become board certified, you need minimally a master's degree in theology or divinity. You need to complete 1,600 hours of training post your master's degree. 1,200 of those hours are occur in a clinical setting, and 400 of those hours are in a classroom setting where we study various disciplines: psychology, sociology, philosophy, theology, and ethics. Beyond that training, we need to acquire 2,000 hours of additional clinical training before we can even apply for board certification. And we have to demonstrate mastery of 30 competencies before we go to a national board, and they make the assessment. I also need an ecclesiastical endorsement, and in my case, that was from the Archdiocese of Boston, from Cardinal Sean O'Malley.
And before you obtained the board certification in your education to allow you to be a chaplain, what did you do for work?
Prior to becoming a chaplain, which is a second career for me, I was a senior vice president at Fidelity Investments in Boston.
And how long were you senior VP at Fidelity?
16 years.
And are you married?
I am.
You have a family?
I do. My husband and I are the parents of 4 adopted children. When I was pursuing my master's degree at Boston College, it was a 3-year master's, but it took me 5 years because we adopted our 4th child while I was in graduate school. She was a 14-year-old girl from Bogota, Colombia.
And how long have you been working now as a chaplain at Brigham and Women's Hospital?
7 years.
In the course of your duties as a chaplain at Brigham and Women's Hospital, did circumstances bring you in contact with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, they did.
Can you tell the jurors what happened?
I arrived on the morning of Wednesday, January 25th, 2023. I arrived at approximately 8:30 that morning because I was there to relieve the overnight chaplain who was carrying the pager. I was taking over the pager shift, which went from 9 to 1 p.m., although I was working a full day. When I arrived that morning, she said to me, "Did you hear the news?" And
So
Sustained.
okay.
So you got to object, so you can't say what someone told you, okay? That's called hearsay?
Okay.
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 So I can say, as a result of the conversation with that person, what happened?
I was summoned to the director of spiritual care's office.
Did you have a conversation with her?
I did.
All right. And as a result of that conversation, what did you do?
I went to Unit 8C in the Tower building of Brigham to meet with Lindsay Clancy.
And what time of day was this?
Roughly between 8:30 and 9:30 that morning.
And when you went in to see Lindsay, what did you observe?
Well, the unit itself was filled with law enforcement officers, both outside the doors of the unit. There was Brigham security, but the unit itself was flooded. There were people from Plymouth County, Boston City Police, Brigham Security. So I had to make my way through concentric circles of law enforcement to even get to the room. I was permitted to see Lindsay, although she could not speak at that time.
And what was her condition that you observed?
She was dressed in medical armor. She had tubes. She was intubated. She had bandages. She had a neck brace. She was just covered and layered in equipment that enabled her to breathe.
I'm showing you Exhibit 121 and asking, this may be South Shore, or it could be Brigham and Women's, but is this indicative of what she appeared to be when you first saw her?
That looks like it's from South Shore because when,
Sure.
yes,
Did she have the same,
similar,
very similar?
very similar.
Like that?
Yes, very similar.
Did you see her again on another date?
I did. I saw her the next day. Again, she could not speak. She was intubated as well. That was the first week that she was hospitalized.
When was the next time that you saw her?
The next time I saw her was the following week. I have a calendar here of my visits. I saw her on Tuesday, January 31st, and she had been extubated at that point so she could speak.
So the tube had been removed, she was able to communicate, and that was on January 31st?
I believe she was extubated the weekend of the 28th, but I didn't work that weekend, so I saw her on Tuesday, the 31st.
All right. Tell the jurors what you observed and what, if any, conversation you had with Lindsay on the 31st. And let me ask you, how long had it been that they removed the tube?
Perhaps a day or two.
A day or two, okay. Tell the jurors what she said to you.
She continued to look like the photograph you just saw. She was covered, tubes everywhere, the neck brace. Her emotional state was very neutral, a flat affect. But I remember vividly the first thing she said to me. Now, she had heard me for a couple of days. We had been praying together. And so when I went in on Tuesday, the 31st, she said to me as I held her hand to comfort her, "I am so glad my children are safe."
Was there any other conversation that you had with her?
I replied theologically to Lindsay and I said, "Lindsay, your children are safe. They're safe in heaven with God." And I held her hand throughout that conversation and we prayed for them.
Did she make any other statements to you?
She did. She alluded to having heard a voice. And the voice, according to Lindsay, told her that if she did not follow the command, neither she nor her children would be safe.
And did she indicate whether it was a male voice, a female voice, loud, soft?
She alluded to the fact that it was a male voice and it was persistent.
Any further conversation that you recall about that, not about general things, you know?
That came up several times. I visited Lindsay minimally 14 times while she was hospitalized at the Brigham, and the voice conversation came up several times during several of our visits.
Now, after Lindsay was transferred or cleared to go from Brigham and Women's Hospital, did she go to another facility?
She did. She went to Spalding Rehabilitation Hospital.
And do you know when that was?
That was roughly late February, perhaps around the 23rd.
And did you continue to see Lindsay at Spalding Rehab?
I did.
Do you know when she left Spalding Rehab?
In the late March, early April time frame, perhaps.
Okay. Now, Brigham and Women's Hospital and Spalding Rehab are under the same umbrella of hospitals, is that right?
They are. So Brigham and Women's Hospital and Spalding Rehab are under the Mass General Brigham complex. So for me to visit Lindsay in Spalding, I was still within the same hospital complex, and her psychiatrist at Spalding, as well as the chaplains, advised me to
No,
continue.
you can't say what anybody told you.
Oh,
So when she was discharged from Spalding Rehab, where did she go?
she went to Tewksbury State Hospital.
And fair to say that that would be back around February. It's been a little more than 3 years, 3.5 years.
Yes,
Is that correct? Now, when you saw her in Spalding Rehab and in Brigham and Women's, you were acting in the course of your job. Is that right?
that's correct.
You're being compensated, you're getting your paycheck and that type of thing.
Yes.
How many times have you seen Lindsay at Tewksbury Hospital?
Perhaps 200 times.
Tell the jury why you continue to see her for 200.
Sustained.
So can you tell us how often on a weekly basis you would see her at Tewksbury?
Yes. When Lindsay was admitted to Tewksbury State Hospital, I continued to see her on a weekly basis. We had built up a very comfortable, respectful rapport, and I felt it was in her best interest to continue that as she healed. She was still in deep grief. She was suffering.
Sustained.
So,
That opinion will be stricken.
so did she express anything about her children and their loss over that period of 200 times that you saw her thereabouts in Tewksbury?
Objection.
No, overruled.
Yes.
Other jurors?
Lindsay talks frequently about her children. She loves them deeply. She carries immense grief.
Objection.
Overruled. Next question.
And has that continued to your observation?
It continues presently.
When was the last time that you saw Lindsay in Tewksbury?
Just prior to the trial starting.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, Kamal?
Thank you. Excuse me. Good morning.
Good morning.
You were talking about on January 25th, 2023, when you first saw Lindsay in direct examination, and you said that there were a lot of police officers in the area, correct?
Correct.
But you mentioned that some of them were security personnel from the hospital, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware that the security personnel for the hospital don't work for the state police, the Duxbury Police, or the Plymouth County DA's office, correct?
Correct.
So they're separate and apart from law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
And then are you also aware that on January 25th, 2023, there was a search warrant being executed to collect evidence from the defendant and from the belongings that she had at the hospital?
No, I was not aware of that.
Were you aware that that collection of the search warrant required state police and personnel from the crime lab to be present for the collection of evidence?
I was not aware of that.
Were you aware that following that, at any given time, there were only two officers, either Duxbury Police, State Police, or Plymouth County Sheriffs at her room, the defendant's room, at any given time?
I do recall that.
And they were stationed outside of her room, correct, in the hallway?
Yes.
So that the only time you saw this large amount of officers present was on the 25th, when there were security from the hospital and search warrants being executed, correct?
Perhaps.
Now, you mentioned that on January 31st, 2023, you spoke to the defendant and she told you that she heard a voice telling her that if she did not follow the command, neither she nor her children would be safe, correct?
Correct.
You wrote very detailed notes that are contained in the Brigham and Women's Hospital records regarding your interactions with Lindsay Clancy, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And in all of these notes that detail every time you interacted with her, you never once wrote that she told you she heard a voice or what that voice said, correct?
Correct.
And you also said that this voice, talking about the voice, came up in several of your meetings, correct?
Correct.
And you never once wrote about any of it in any of your very detailed notes, correct?
Well, chaplain notes are not verbatim transcripts of patient conversations, I'm not there to evaluate the patient. I'm there to bear witness to their suffering.
Okay, but the question was, you did not document those statements in your notes, correct?
Correct.
But you did document some other statements in those notes, correct?
Perhaps.
For example, on February 6th, 2023, in a note that you wrote regarding your interaction with the defendant, you said that, or you wrote, Lindsay welcomed the visit and shared her fears of, quote, not being able to walk again, end quote. She continued to express her fears of how her inability to walk may make her vulnerable to others in the future. Do you recall writing that?
Yes.
Do you recall writing on February 9th, 2023, that the defendant was sitting in a chair adjacent to her bed and appeared to be visibly engaged, energized, and hopeful than in previous visits? Do you recall that?
Yes.
You also wrote in that note, Lindsay spoke hopefully of being discharged when the time arrives to Spalding, correct?
Correct.
And then in February 13th, 2023, you wrote in your note that Lindsay also expressed hopefulness in relation to her physical progress. She feels she has gained considerable physical strength and agility despite an inability to move her legs. She admitted that she feels, quote, deserving of this, end quote, in light of recent events. Do you remember writing that?
Yes.
Do you remember on February 16th, 2023, that you wrote in a note that the defendant expressed hopefulness with the news of her anticipated discharge to Spalding and seemed uplifted that she would be cared for in a facility with an excellent reputation?
Yes.
Do you recall writing on February 16th, 2023, that Paula, the defendant's mother, and Lindsay, the defendant, were playing a card game as they communed quietly, and that Lindsay expressed hopefulness with the news of her anticipated discharge to Spalding and seemed uplifted?
Yes.
And again, you've got all these details about her feelings and her thoughts and what she's doing, but nothing about the voices that you spoke of so many times, correct?
Correct.
And speaking of Spalding, you continued to visit her at Spalding, correct?
Yes.
In those conversations with her at Spalding, did she tell you that how in those first weeks at Spalding, that part of her physical therapy, she was working out with the yellow exercise band? No?
I don't recall her telling me that.
Did she tell you that during that time at Spalding, she reached out to a social worker there and asked for help filling out SSDI paperwork to get an income?
That would be beyond the scope of our conversation.
She didn't tell you those things?
No.
Thank you.
So, counsel has asked you about her filling out a form for SSDI. Were you aware of what expenses her family and were incurring as a result of her physical incapacity, paralysis, and being in the hospital?
From my experience with thousands of patients, I had a very clear idea of the enormous expense.
There's a difference between, as the district attorney very appropriately referred to, that your comments were about her thoughts and her appearance and her feelings. Is that correct?
Correct.
There's a difference, however, between privileged communications with a chaplain and observations of a person's feelings and thoughts, correct?
Correct.
Tell the jury what effect privileged communication has when someone talks to you personally as a chaplain.
Because I'm not a medically trained clinician, I approach patients in a vortex of trust. Some of our chaplains at the Brigham are ordained clergy. And so there's this understanding that when a patient interacts with a chaplain, the conversations are confidential.
Do you put them in medical records?
No.
The words, like Lindsay indicated that she felt uplifted, I think the counsel read that twice. Were those your notes, or is that what she said to you? Did she say, I feel uplifted, or is that your
That was my
observation?
perception of Lindsay. It was not her words.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Como?
You said you're not allowed to put the defendant's words in your medical records, is that correct?
No, that's not correct. It's not that I'm not allowed. It's an understanding, and it's a conversation that's held in confidence with the patient.
Then why are there direct quotes in these medical records from the defendant?
Well, they're not verbatim transcripts.
No, not a transcript of the whole conversation, but you put phrases in quotes. For example, on February 6, 2023, where it says Lindsay welcomed the visit and shared her fears of, quote, not being able to walk again. So those were her words in your note, in quotes, in the medical record, correct?
Yes,
Thank you.
I use my best judgment.
Okay. I would move to have these submitted as the next exhibit, the notes of the witness in her interactions with Ms. Clancy at the Brigham and Women's.
Any objection?
No.
All right. They may be admitted.
I have no further questions. Sorry.
Hey, Mr. Reddington, go ahead.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. May you step down. All right, counsel, can I see it? All right. I told you it was going to be a short day for you, right? And I appreciate your patience with us. So I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow at 9, all right? Same instructions. And that includes reading anything, talking about this case, watching anything. Just don't do it, all right? And when you leave here today, just drive, go home, wherever you're going to go, and plan on being back here tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. The plan would be that it will be it will be a longer day than today. I appreciate you coming in here today. We moved the case a little bit today, and I appreciate that. So we're able to do that. So I hope everybody has a nice afternoon and evening. We'll see you tomorrow morning for a longer day. And just remember those instructions from the moment you leave to the moment you come here tomorrow. Okay? Again, thank you so much.
All rise, please. Your destiny.
The quorum is closed in session. Please be seated.
All right. So what we'll do is we'll take a short break at this point. We'll come back. We'll do kind of a preliminary charge conference. We're going to which I know council knows, but for everybody else, discuss possible jury instructions, suggestions from council. Then we can talk about any logistical issues that we have for tomorrow, and then we'll probably recess at that point. All right, so this will be a short recess, and we'll come back up. Thank you.
Wood, all rise.
Well, so that happened. Oh, what happened? We've lost everything. I'm in a black hole. I'm in a black hole. Oh, wait a second. Let me check my microphonograph here. Yeah. Why MacBook do you be in charge of the microphone at all times? Good morning, folks. That was interesting, if not satisfying in terms of substance, but a couple of things to talk about. And I do believe this is probably the best thing for them to do, which is use this time to do what they may have originally planned to do tomorrow, which is the jury instruction issues, verdict issues. And I'm hoping, and it sounds like they're going to show that. So I guarantee you, as less dramatic as it may seem, it's darn important. So I'll definitely be watching that to see where they go. Anyway, so let's talk about, I know Dina was out front today. She sent me a bunch of videos, which I'll try and upload and share with you guys, but very Karen Reed-esque, except that it was, smaller numbers, and they were actually, crazy idea, they were at the courthouse, not kept, 200 feet, 400 feet away. And I heard they also had some sort of showing at Tewksbury for the time at which Lindsay Clancy left in the van. What you could not have two more different types of cases, and yet the support on the core issues, which are doing the right thing, and in this case, women's health issues, bring out this kind of support that we saw in Karen Reed. But what a different case we're talking about here. And I'm sorry for all those folks who think, oh, you're forgetting about those poor three dead children. No, nobody's forgetting that. All right? Nobody's forgetting that. It's just that there's not much that can be done about that in terms of, pretty sure we're not going to be able to resurrect them. But to take that horrible, tragic event to shine a light on what is also tragic, and that is the treatment of mental health issues, the treatment of women's postpartum issues. Yeah, why not? Why not try to make some good out of something horrible? All right. So I am pretty sure, and the folks that I've talked to on the scene there don't suggest anything to me that would tell me I'm off base here. This judge is very sensitive about the rising interest in this case, and I saw them pan the gallery there. I'll be there Monday morning, but I will be so pissed off if I don't get in because of all of these parachuters now coming into this case. You saw it was the thing was full. They have three. Well, look at that. They have three benches rows for the media, and then they have the one right in front of the media, which is technically for the prosecution, and it is empty every day, all day. They better open that up to warm bodies, media or otherwise, because it's wrong not to. My point is the judge is always very concerned about the influence on the jury. He's not an idiot. He sees what's going on outside his courthouse, and he wants to make sure these jurors are not influenced by that. Now, is there going to be a juror that's going to say, I was totally unbiased until I drove in this morning and I saw that support, and now I'm biased and I can't continue? No, nobody's going to say that. But the judge has to keep planting that reminder in the jurors' minds because it is important. And maybe somebody with a conscience, if they are truly impacted by that kind of showing, they admit it and they step aside. We got 6 alternates. We're almost done with this case. We got 6 alts. So it wouldn't hurt anybody. Don't be a hero and pretend it doesn't influence you. If it does, then get the hell out and let somebody else take your slot. So,
Michael, I'm here. I have a halo all around me because, after all, when you
are
come
you a
on,
chaplain? Are you a board certified chaplain?
I have to tell you, I put in chat just like Kevin Reddington, who was surprised himself with his witness. I've never heard of a board certified. I never knew there was such a thing as a board. So I turned down the shade like we normally do, but I am just in the aura
Yes,
of following a board certified chaplain here.
That is a lot of aura there. Is it? I guess. Well, that's weird. Why would the sun be coming through the window that brightly when on the other end of the day it also comes through the window that brightly?
Well, this is
it should be one or the other.
Put the shade down, and this is really bright. What can I say? And I didn't put the TV lights on, even because there's no point. I mean, put the TV lights on, you won't be able to see me. You look at this. Look at this. I can't do anything much about getting a better.
That's interesting. And you don't have your TV lights on?
No, because they were putting. I mean, you couldn't see me with the TV lights on. I mean,
really?
There was just too much.
Bizarre.
There was too much. Excuse me, as I blow my nose. Too much aura, shall we say?
All right.
Okay.
Well, then you.
I disagree with you. I think there was something was going on. There's something going on. I have to tell you.
What do you think's going on?
I don't know. I don't know if there's an issue with updated reports, and there's prosecution objecting. And they're doing something out of our presence, because if you have supposedly it was going to be Dr. Spinelli, that was my understanding, to testify, psychiatrist, and then there was going to be a Zoom with Dr. Resnick, right?
Correct.
And so
Yes,
those are the two. And a Zoom, well, that just seems to me, that would be easy to do. And I don't know how you have 3 unless there's something that's happened to the witnesses, like Dr. Spinelli, something may have happened, that's personal nature, and they don't want to discuss that. That's a possible.
That's a possibility too. And I also think there's going to be some juggling with the rebuttal witnesses, because maybe they hadn't firmed them up because they weren't sure who they were going to use, and as the defense case unfolded, they became more certain. I don't know.
They had to decide that in advance. They already had high.
Well, we know they have 3 of them lined up, but the
and
days keep changing.
I know. Yeah, I know. But they had hired their guns. So how ill-advised do you have to be as a prosecutor to cross-examine a chaplain, and especially in the way that you cross-examine the chaplain?
Well, why does that surprise you? Why does that surprise you?
Because I think that at some point maybe they should be learning. We always talk about how people. I mean, now you really can't. I should take off my glasses. I won't be able to see you, but maybe it's better without the glare.
That's a blessing.
But how ill-advised you? I mean, first of all, you got rammed home. The board certification and all that she's gone through, and all the training and everything, and 200 times she's visited her at Tewksbury, right?
Yeah,
it's unbelievable to me, right?
But here is, I give the prosecution some credit for bringing this up, because it's just common sense. You have all of these notes, but you never reference this voice speaking to you, as Lindsay Clancy has told the chaplain. Why wouldn't that be in there? Wouldn't that be
because
kind of important?
it doesn't seem that anything that could be possibly a confession was in there. It was all like, okay, I feel good about my therapy, or I need help filling out a social security disability. It forms some big big deal.
That was ridiculous.
That was ridiculous. So, but I think that that the chaplain was making a distinction, the way I understood her saying, without her understanding that this was a law court, and sometimes you have to be clear, was that she doesn't put in things that could be on a privileged basis. It's one thing to say she helped me, help me fill out the form, or I feel really good. I feel good about advancing, but it's nothing to say I'm hearing voices. I confess to this. I did that. I did the other thing. And I'm sure they had to get a waiver. The other thing is, I'm sure they had to get a waiver here, and I think
the
that's
priest penitent.
yeah, the priest penitent privilege, and maybe the judge did it the presence out of the jury with the court reporter there at some other point, and that may have also waited. That may also have delayed, I think, things this morning, because I think the judge may have wanted that waiver and all that. Maybe was with her delay, because today she was talking about what she said, and the prosecution asked for it. They asked for it. They spent how much yesterday? There's no remorse. She was playing a card game. She's doing this on the day
she's
that the
just
kid's
living life.
birthday.
Yeah.
She's living life to the fullest. And here she gets on and says she's remorseful every day, and she thinks about her kids every day, and she cares about them deeply. And then the prosecutor objects. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, you open that door, and the Mack truck got driven through it.
So the most important testimony, I think, was where she is acknowledging, she described it as she grieves for them every day, but that she was glad they're now safe, right?
Right. That was
and so they had that discussion about, yes, your children are now with God, and not justifying what happened, but just suggesting that where they are now, however that happened, they're safe.
Yeah, that obviously that was the whole point of this testimony, and not whether, as this question is being asked, narcissistic ally 2461 says, why does it matter if there are that many cops there? Well, it was just her observation. She was just talking about what she saw, and then the prosecutor wants, of course, talk about, why they were there because they had to do a search warrant. Who cares?
There was, that's been a constant theme, and I understand how the defense wanted to build on that by giving this witness's perception of the law enforcement presence. That's fine. I get that. It's just, it doesn't really go to any of the direct issues in the case. It just builds on what the defense has been arguing, which is these people are overzealous in the way that they used law enforcement for a woman who was handcuffed to a hospital bed and paralyzed from the chest down. So they just continued that theme. And I think, the Commonwealth kind of, got suckered into that. They should have said nothing about that and just moved on. But she had to go into, it was a search warrant. And, some of the people are hospital security. And
so what? So what? So she was just talking about
there.
They were there. She was just talking about when she came in and what she saw and how she had to get to the room. And I see that because she's not a lawyer. She's just, I had to get to her, and it took me a while. When I got to her, I love the word she used. What was it? In armor of.
That's what I wrote. I was just going to say that.
Okay.
First of all, there's two things she said. Medical armor is how she described. She was covered in medical armor.
I love that.
And then she said, that what were the two words she said that were similar? Flooded with law enforcement, filled with law enforcement. So.
Yeah, federal law enforcement, filled with law enforcement, medical armor. Thank you for the gift of the 5 Justice Serve TV memberships, by the way, from Zeta Xi. We appreciate that, and they've already been given out in our chat. And if those who receive it, I hope you enjoy them, and if you can in the future, pay it forward. So thank you very much. So I thought, what are we doing here? I mean, how who's treatment from the delusions? And I hate to say this, these prosecutors.
Well, they are certainly, they have detachment syndrome. That's for sure. They're detached from the reality of this kind of case and the impact of their behavior on this case. They have no clue that what they're doing is hurting their case. Not just neutral, it's hurting their case.
The case.
How about the question about, did you know that she was using exercise bands?
What I thought there was a pause with the chaplain, like, I thought she was going to say, I don't understand the question, because did you understand the question? So she's like, did you understand that? I mean,
and not just that, a yellow exercise band. So clearly the reference is that she's so insensitive. She doesn't realize how evil she was to use that exercise band on one of her children, and now she's working out with it.
Well, but she's got they're giving physical therapy at the hospital, and
I guess what she would have expected, if you believe the prosecution's mindset, would have been Lindsay Clancy saying, no, I can't use that exercise band. I'm not even sure why I don't want to use it, but I can't use it. That's
Right.
what you think the Commonwealth expected to happen. But no, she embraced using that exercise band. Why? Because she was so evil that she used one of them on each of her 3 kids.
I guess that was the theme. I mean, sandwich him there between I needed help filling out an SSDI form. Well, the hospital probably wants her to
Well, of course,
apply for payment, to get
of
her social security
course.
disability.
And that would be done no matter why somebody was in that hospital bed.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know.
Really.
I was just like, this woman, she was so, I mean, think about this chaplain. She was a vice president of Fidelity Investment.
What an interesting career change.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I would love to interview her
Yeah.
for our Origin interview.
What do you think about the very breathy Marilyn Monroe-esque kind of? Does it
She
come
just-
off
that's
as
just
legit
her.
to you, or is it what?
Oh,
How do
I
you
came
feel
up
about
with
that?
absolutely.
It's
legitimate.
very strange. It's a very
Yeah.
strange kind of presentation. I'd like to just have a conversation with her and see if that's what she always sounds like.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, Joy, I think if we could find her and we could submit a Justice Serve TV email with our stuff on it to say we'd love to do her after this case ends for one of our Origin
I
interviews.
can't believe she's tough to find.
I can't believe she's tough
Sheila
to find either.
Kavanaugh.
Okay, so I'm gonna send our trusty Joy Ishmehar on that because we definitely want her, and because I just think she was fascinating. And has she and her husband adopted these kids?
Yeah, 4
And then,
kids. Yeah.
she's got to get a master's degree, and then she's got an ecclesiastical advisor. Then she's got to get the cardinal to approve. I mean, I was like, oh my gosh! I mean, I'd be out of breath too after all that.
Yeah. Anyway, interesting package as in terms of a witness. Very interesting from top to bottom.
Did you think the prosecution made any headway with this witness?
No, as usual, they made themselves look worse. They could have asked a couple of simple questions, and I don't begrudge them asking about the lack of notes on the voices. I think that's a legitimate area of inquiry.
I agree.
And they may not have liked the answer, but certainly you should ask about that, and they did. But this other stuff was so petty, and it just reeks of desperation.
Yeah.
So if nothing else, the Commonwealth may have no clue why they're losing, but I think they know they're losing.
But I don't understand what they're doing. I mean, if you cross-examine the chaplain, what do you want to say to her? Anything? Do you want to cross-examine her on anything?
No, I just,
Really?
again, on the routine basic stuff, that's a good question from one Dr. Sue. How does the Commonwealth know the color of the exercise bands during her physical therapy? I mean, to go as far as saying, she used yellow exercise bands? I can't imagine they were talking with, the PT people.
Yeah, usually on the certain exercise, the yellow is the lightest band that you have.
And still, that's an odd, very
odd
specific thing
question.
to put in there unless you know for sure. But
And the band, right? And the band that she took out the other day in court wasn't yellow.
The one that she did the Rhapsody
Yeah.
thing with?
Yeah, it was like a
darker one, wasn't it?
It was darker. Yeah, it was
Yeah.
darker. So
Yeah, I finally saw that on a replay because for where I was
Oh,
in
you did?
court,
Okay.
the lectern blocked my view. So I was able to watch it again on replay and see how she just kind of fumbled them. It was just embarrassing.
Embarrassing.
And that's why Kevin Reddington did not object. He had every right to object to that little
Right.
display, but it was more damaging to the Commonwealth. So play on.
So speaking about the Leah Bugs, I guess that's the prosecutors, Trunchbull twins, is that their nickname? I'm sorry, I don't know. I
have
want
many
to
of
talk
them.
about how EMS said they saw Patrick untie the bands through the window, but then the Commonwealth testified that the bands were not tied. Have they lost their own plot?
Yeah, that might be, let's talk about that in the context of a closing argument. I think you have to bring up the contradiction that they've raised in their own presentation of their case.
Right.
They have testimony and evidence that the bands were in fact single knotted or half knotted, not a total knot, a half knot. And that was the EMT that removed them, or one of the EMTs. And yet they're suggesting now that they were just loosely looped around their necks. That's a desperate attempt to attack the case in two totally opposite directions, right? Because one's with the doctor, and they want to be able to say, look, the bands were not tight enough on the necks for the period of time that Dr. La Posada said they needed to be. On the other hand, the EMT, for that dramatic part of the testimony, is talking about, and the jury certainly is visualizing these bands around these little kids' necks, cinched up,
Right.
if nothing else, then by a half knot and friction. You can't have it both ways, folks.
And they do, and I assume Kevin Reddington has this all planned. I mean, he's going to, well, first of all, he's going to go to the fact they didn't carry the burden, right? I mean, so let's look at the chaplain's testimony in light of the burden that the prosecution now has, which is to disprove that Lindsay Clancy has a medical disease or defect that made her unable to conform her actions to the law or understand right from wrong. Basically, that's the test. It's a little different words, but basically that's the test at the time that she killed each of the children. All right. So how does that chaplain, if any way, did the prosecution use that to prove their burden? Because they have to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt now, right? They have to disprove. They have to disprove Lindsay's.
Yeah, basically, it's a disprove beyond a reasonable doubt.
Right.
I don't think they moved the ball. I'll tell you that. But again, it's all of these. We talk about these esoteric burdens, and where are we on that? The jury can take a lot of this information and throw it on either side of the scale, depending on their personal bias. Everybody has bias. Their personal perception of what's going on. They could make something more out of the note or lack of notes about voices. They could say, could say, wow, if that were actually done and said, there'd be notes about it. Why are there no other healthcare providers beyond the chaplain that have said, other than Dr. Zeisel, reference this voice? They could easily make those determinations based on the state of the evidence. On the other hand, somebody else might say, well, that's not something she wanted to talk about because she was afraid she might lose her kids, all of that. I just think there's so much information that any juror could take and argue one way or the other, and I'm sure in deliberations they will. That's why I think one of the most important parts of this case is going to be when those 6 alternates are bounced.
See who they are.
That could easily shift the balance of power in that jury.
Okay. I know we had a question from one of our members, but I'm not sure what words you're talking about. That's Lydia Rivera 9015. Was Lindsay brainwashed to say that, or maybe she never said those words and these people keep saying like she did?
Yeah, I think we're talking about the voices. I think because when I flagged that as it was going through the chat, it was during that part of the testimony. So that was my guess. If I'm wrong, Lydia Rivera, please let us know. But I don't. Was she programmed to say it, or did somebody suggest because she doesn't remember because in her state she didn't understand what was going on? Was that suggestion planted? I don't know. I mean, you can run with that if you want. I don't see any evidence of it.
Yeah. I don't know. I just think this was an interesting day because we saw Kevin Reddington go into court. He apparently told Lauren Conlon, who I don't know if she confirmed for tonight to be on the show, Michael.
I haven't had a chance. I'm sure it was a crazy morning. Haven't had a chance to confirm
that it was supposed to be a long day today and ends up being a short day today. And we thought we'd have the day off tomorrow, and I'll have to get the thumbnails ready for the streaming tomorrow because we will be streaming. Now, are they going back into court to do the?
I believe they are, and I'm hoping they are.
Charge? Right.
I'd like to see it, but certainly. He's called the parties back in to do just that. I can't believe he would shut that down. That doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, well, we think what we're going to do is we're going to run our show the other night with Dr. Gregoire and Dr. Peter Dean. And then if they're still not back, we'll run the show with Dr. Joseph. And we'll keep this chat going until 4 o'clock, even no matter with our previous reruns of the shows in here. So all of you can stay here. And then if the court comes back, Joy will put up the court as soon as the charging conference begins, and whatever else they're doing. I just think there's something going on. My lawyer high profile smell test.
Your spidey senses are tingling.
Yeah, my spidey senses are tingling.
It's possible, or it could be innocent at this point. We just don't know.
We don't know because we are not in the know. We are up here, and
even if you're on the ground there, that'd be a tough thing to suss out.
Right. Absolutely. Because the attorneys, they ain't going to be talking. Okay. It's simple as that. Yeah. I'm very interested how tight-lipped and yet very congenial Kevin Reddington is when he's goes into court. Yeah. It's going to be a long day today. He's got his coffee cup, but he doesn't give away any information.
Nope. He has his opinions and he makes comments, but yeah, he's not talking substance, that's for sure.
Yep. So we'll see. So we will see you at 6, although Michael, it'll be a short time, but I thought that when you leave the show tonight, 6:30, what we'll do is we'll run the chaplain's testimony in full, and I'll comment on that with our chat for the last half an hour of the show, because I think it's worthwhile to listen to. If only listen to what board certification is, which usually we don't listen to so much, in terms of being a chaplain.
Okay, so yeah, I'm not. My schedule for tonight is definitely fluid because it revolves around flights coming in from out of town, and we're having some weather issues, I hear. So that'll be somewhat fluid.
Yeah, and so Joy, I guess if you could pull in, we'll wait until we see that. You have it ready to go. Pull in the Dr. Gregor show, because as we've said in this show, we're trying to educate people on postpartum psychosis, and we don't want to forget that. So while we wait, we can run a show, which is what we used to do all the time.
Yeah, we did. So Joy, keep an eye out for the feed, so that we don't miss when they go back into court, assuming they are going to be broadcasting the jury instruction conference. So.
And nice seeing you. Good thing I just happened to be here. I was
just happened to be around, just be hanging out.
Yeah, just hanging out, just hanging out to be here.
All right. Yeah, why not? Okay, guys, keep an eye on this space. Watch the replays of what we got, and then when we do go back into court, assuming we do, we'll pop that back up.
Okay, bye.
All right, see you soon. Bye.
Michael Bryant, we separated from England, from the kingdom, to become a civilized country. But it turns out we have to look back to England to see what they would do in a case that we're confronted with, the Lindsay Clancy case.
It is fascinating. Can't wait to hear the stories from the other side of the pond, as it were. And then we'll bring you up to speed on day 14 in the Lindsay Clancy case. The Commonwealth has arrested, but have they proven their case?
Justice, where are you? Michael and Linda are here.
I love you,
Linda. The world is justice. Will we ever find justice?
The other day in the hallway, you're singing.
Will we know justice when we see it? To be and down may lead the way. Hoping justice will win the day. It's Mary Clues, finding justice where we can. Join us now, we're on the run. Justice is waiting, we'll see it done.
And folks, welcome to Plymouth, Massachusetts. Michael Bryant here in front of what Linda thought was a hospital. For some reason, I don't know why.
Actually, I thought it was a psychiatric hospital. It looked like you were in the place where the Boston Strangler was for a second.
That would be the first time people thought I should be in a hospital of that type, but that's a different story. So we're going to talk about what happened in this building with the Lindsay Clancy case. Again, Commonwealth has rested. Defense has begun its case. How long will it last? And then, of course, a rebuttal will be coming by the Commonwealth. So it could be done this week. We'll see. But before that, we have some very important folks to talk to, or doctor to talk to. Give us the story here about our guest.
Okay, so as you know, Justice Served TV, and we've said all along that we're not just going to cover this case. We're going to try to educate and look at why women's health doesn't recognize postpartum psychosis, either one as being a condition that immediately comes to mind, or when it occurs, we want to hang them high. And we've seen that in our chat. Not that people can't have opinions here. We are a safe zone as long as you obviously are respectful to each other discussing it. So we thought that we would search, and we searched. We didn't have to search far, and I'll tell you why. One of the guests coming on, Dr. Peter Dean, a former Her Majesty's coroner in London, was one of the first people I ever had the discussion with about how England treats women who kill their children in the throes of postpartum psychosis in the first year of the child's life. And this conversation occurred back in 1998, 1999, when I first met Peter at the London museum. It was a medical museum and all. And I don't know how we first started talking about it, but we did. And then when I asked Peter if he would come on and discuss these things, he pointed us to one of his oldest, dearest friends, Dr. Alain Gregoire, who is really considered, from my research, one of the worldwide experts in this matter. And let me just tell you a little bit about both Peter, who I told you initially started as a dentist, then he became a coroner, and we've done a number of cases with him. Very, very experienced. And I do have to let you know, though, for Michael, do you know the coroners are in charge of buried treasure, not only deaths, but buried treasure, and also in charge of beluga whales if they should die because of the caviar. So just a little bit of it in case you're on Jeopardy.
Never would have figured that.
No, I knew that in case you wanted to answer a Jeopardy question, Dr. Alain Gregoire. Let me just read a little bit about him. He's an honorary president of what is called the Maternal Mental Health Alliance. That sounds pretty good to begin with, and it is. He began his postgraduate training in obstetrics, but listening to some of his interviews earlier today before he came on, he was horrified about how women were not being treated properly in terms of their perinatal mental illness, and thought that something had to be done. So he switched to becoming a psychiatrist and was educated, and for 30 years was a consultant specialist in perinatal psychiatry. He has contributed to policy statements, strategy, guidance, clinical services all around the UK and internationally, including in Europe, who's so far ahead of us. When you're going to hear why in a second. He's worked closely with different governments, different parliamentary ministers, and he founded this Global Alliance for Maternal Mental Health, which has united in other countries and in world regions, and many supplemental organizations that are part of it, to try to show us what is postpartum psychosis, what is postpartum depression, and how do we deal with it properly. He also has a BBC documentary, which I teased earlier today, called My Baby, Psychosis, and Me. And so he is, and if you want him to present our show in French, Norwegian, and English, he can do that too. All right. So just a fabulous guest. And listen, why don't we bring on first Dr. Peter Dean? Oh, no, we're going to bring on Dr. Alain Gregoire.
Let's have a party.
Okay. Party. And Dr. I'm going to call you, you said to call you Alan. So I'm going to call you Alan for the rest of the show.
That's cool.
And I'm going to call Peter,
Hi.
Dr. Dean. Peter, again, I don't know how among the, I should tell people that Michael and my husband is a forensic pathologist, did get to see Peter arrange seeing the remains of the Elephant Man at the museum, where they had been hidden because there was an entertainer named Michael Jackson who was rumored to wanting to buy the remains. And so the museum hid them in the basement. And that's, Peter took us to see them. And that's when we got to see the specimens upstairs, which led to us talking about postpartum psychosis. And that's because women were hanged, weren't they, Peter? Back in the
Yes, indeed. I don't know. I can't see you. I've suddenly lost vision, so I don't know if you can hear me.
Oh,
We
yeah,
can hear
we can
you.
hear you.
Fantastic.
can
I've
see
lost
your-
vision, so I can't actually see you. But yes, I mean, the sad thing is that really until the early part of the 20th century, women were killed, were hung by the state if they were deemed to have killed their infants. And that really started to change in the early part of the 20th century when women started to become jurors, women started to become magistrates. There were early attempts to stop women who had killed their children for whatever reason being killed by the state. But as women became more powerful, had more clout in society, they objected to that and the laws started to change. So there was an Infanticide Act in 1922 that was then replaced by another one about 15 years after it, which
in 1938. I was talking to
1938.
Alan beforehand, and I didn't know about
Yep.
the 1922 Act. Yes.
Yeah, there was a 22 Act, but the 22 Act really only dealt with women who killed their children just after birth. The 38 Act extended it to being in the first year of life. So it was a step forward, but there was a recognition that there might be medical reasons, justifiable reasons to understand, and this is very much more Alan's area than mine, but there might be very justifiable reasons why women could act in a bizarre way, not through evil intent, but because of some imbalance of the mind triggered by childbirth itself and pregnancy itself. And that's very much Alan's area that I know he will be able to deal with in great detail.
And before we get there, let me just ask you, you treat women who kill people within the first years as something called infanticide.
Yeah.
What is the difference between not murder? What is the difference? And also, you also will indict, I guess, generally, or if there's a coroner, I guess, you're a coroner, coroner's finding for manslaughter, not murder. So can you just tell us a little bit of the difference in England between those things and then as you understand them in the United States? Because I know you're very familiar with U.S. law, having been before the UN and all on different cases.
The situation in the UK in terms of the effect of infanticide is that if a woman, by a willful act, or indeed by an omission, if, for example, they don't do something they need to do to maintain the child's life, but if that child is under the age of 12 months, if the balance of her mind was found to be disturbed, then that can be a defense to murder. Now, when we had a death penalty, that was really important because the fact that infanticide was an alternative finding that a court on the right facts could make, it meant that someone who is essentially suffering from a mental illness related to the pregnancy, it could be a totally temporary disorder of the mind, she could be spared being hung if it was found by the court that she was guilty of this new offence in 1938 of infanticide rather than murdering her infant. So it provided a defence. It saved the lives of women who were not acting with evil intent, but acting because the balance of their mind, in the old terminology, was disturbed by what we've now recognised as a perinatal illness. And Alan's very much a leading figure, a leading light in that particular area.
And I think, Alan, this is where you come in, perinatal psychiatrist. What is that? How did you get involved? And before the show, you were telling me about this being one of the most acute conditions that anyone could ever have and is untreated, especially when it's untreated. Can you talk to us a little bit?
Yeah, so I'm a perinatal psychiatrist, which is a recognized subspecialty of psychiatry in the UK and in a small number of other countries. And that's what I've practiced full time for the last 30 years. So I've only been looking after mothers and babies during pregnancy and the first year after the birth. And the illness of postpartum psychosis that you were mentioning earlier on is one, if not the most acutely severe, high-risk, complex illness that we see in the whole of psychiatry across the whole population. In that it can start very, very suddenly. So 1 minute a mum can be holding a baby, for example, seeming absolutely fine, joyful, and within an hour, she can be hearing voices, believing that somebody, believing, not thinking vaguely, but believing absolutely. It's almost impossible for us to imagine what this could be like, believing that somebody was going to get her, that the devil was after her, that her child was being poisoned, for example. And it's not many steps from that to believing that the best thing is to be disposing of yourself, to be killing yourself because there is no possible future, or indeed, very rarely, but well described internationally in every country of the world, the small risk that she might believe that actually the kindest thing to do for her child because of some horrific thing that's about to happen is to end the child's life. And this is a very well described phenomenon. Actually psychosis, where one believes, these are called delusions, where one believes absolutely something that is going on that isn't going on, can happen to anybody at any stage in their lives. But there is no time in human existence when you are at such high risk of this happening as in the first few days and weeks postnatally. And of course, that only happens to women who've just given birth. And we can predict some of the women who are at incredibly high risk of this happening, 50, 60, possibly even 70% risk of this happening, we can predict them several months in advance at the very beginning of pregnancy. And we've known this since the 1980s, and worldwide, including in the richest country in the world, we have done nothing systematically to protect those people. Now, if there was a cardiac problem that gave you a 50 to 70% risk of being extremely ill, with your life being at risk, even your children's life being at risk, and it happened in men, and you could predict the date when it was going to happen, I can tell you, millions would be spent, and no part of the states, or indeed the world, would be in a situation where people were not protected from this. I think it's because it's women, and because it's women doing the most important thing for the future of humanity, and that's bringing on the next generation, we somehow think this is unimportant. And also because it's mental health. And worldwide, even in wealthy, supposedly advanced, and as you said, civilized countries in the world, we neglect mental health. And isn't that an extraordinary paradox? Because that's the thing that we hold most dear, is our mental functioning. You know, you wouldn't be doing what you're doing today if it weren't for your mental functioning. When I ask you how your children...
that may be a different story, being a lawyer. But
but why don't we invest in it? You know, and if I ask you how your children are getting on, you don't tell me, oh, their liver function is terrific or their bone density is great. You say they're happy, they're getting on well with their friends, they're doing well at school. It's their mental functioning that we like, and yet we discriminate against it when it comes to investment. Extraordinary situation. And this is the absolute acute tip example of this iceberg.
Dr. Allen, let me ask you a couple of questions. Two things you touched on that are going to be key to this trial underway in this courthouse behind me. One is this flip the switch kind of concept to psychosis, that it can be you're fine and then you're not. That's number one. Yeah. Number two, how far past giving birth does the study suggest these things can happen? I know you mentioned it seems like earlier rather than later, but we have a case here where it's 8 months post. That may be an issue. Thoughts on both of those things?
Well, really important distinction to be drawn between when the symptoms actually start appearing and when they are seen and recognized in the outside world by people, even highly trained, experienced experts. So the evidence that we have across the whole of mental illness, including psychosis, is that it takes a long time before it's recognized by the person themselves, because very often you just think you are you, and this is the world. You'll believe that this is what's really going on. So why would you think that you're mentally ill? And actually, that applies what we call lack of insight. This lack of understanding that one is unwell oneself applies across the whole of mental health problems, but certainly in postpartum psychosis. Can
I just interrupt you, doctor, and just ask you why does it happen that you could appear fine an hour ago, and then as Michael Bryant says, the switch is flipped, and all of a sudden you're not fine? Why, and could it happen in 20 minutes or 10 minutes or 2 minutes?
Yeah. And we don't know why this is particularly a feature of postpartum psychosis, but it's well recognized that a very rapid onset, much more rapid than other psychiatric conditions and than other psychoses at other times. So this is one of the features. But another feature is women have an extraordinarily high level of fear that they're going to be judged. They may have a fear as part of the psychosis that they're going to be attacked in some way, but overwhelmingly their wish is to protect their child, and their fear that their child is going to be removed if they let on in the slightest. So even though they may be extraordinarily ill, hallucinating, deluded, unable to think clearly, there is that little bit of their mind that is still preserved, that is intent upon hiding this. And so I have seen many women where it was just my gut feeling that this woman was ill to start with, because I just could not elicit anything from her. Or rather, it was her appearance. It was something about her eyes and the way she looked at me that I knew something was going on, but she didn't say a word about it. And then later discovered that she'd been extremely ill when she started to get better. And this is not an uncommon finding. The other thing is, you were asking Michael about can it go on? And yes, our Infanticide Act since 1938 has recognized that these illnesses can go on certainly across the first year of the child's life. And particularly in those days when we didn't have effective treatments, which we do now, incidentally, if a woman can stay, if we can keep a woman alive, 100% cure rate from this illness. It may come back, but 100% cure rate, and not many conditions in psychiatry or physical health where you can guarantee that. But
how do you keep a woman alive? This is the problem here. We have it's
you need services,
and we have services that seem for psychiatrists or doctors or medical weren't talking to each other. Various drugs possible overprescribing, and then places that wouldn't take her for treatment because she was overprescribed. So where pretend this is a plane crash, and for the little bit about this case or any case, where did we go wrong?
Well, you need systematic services available everywhere for the whole of the population, and joined up. So perinatal mental health services, which we now have established throughout the UK, wherever you live in the UK, you can get specialist care if you need it. That wasn't the case 10 years ago, but that's joined up with maternity care, so that maternity service professionals are trained to recognize these difficulties and know exactly where to go to get immediate, rapid help. And we're very lucky in the UK. We have a national health system. It has some disadvantages, but one of the great advantages is we can coordinate and manage care. And that doesn't mean things don't go wrong, but they're much less likely to. Just to come back to Michael's point about, can this happen? Can this recur? Can this happen at 8 months, at 9 months? Yes, absolutely. These illnesses, although you can achieve 100% cure rate, it can take a long time to get fully better, and women usually suffer for several months, even with effective treatment. So the very highest risk period will usually last just a few weeks, and then you have variable patches where you need consistent care. And if medication is not managed well, which means very sensitively, because taking this medication is really difficult, you need encouragement, you need support, and you need to be kept consistently on the right sort of medication to make sure, by somebody who knows you and has seen you when you've been unwell, who can recognize if you're starting to slip again and get that medication adjusted, make sure you're taking it correctly, that you're not getting confused about what you're taking. All of that requires skilled care. And of course, you've got wonderful individuals to do that in the US. You've got some of the leading practitioners in this field and researchers in this field, but coordinated care is with consistency and continuity of care is quite difficult to get in the US.
That's a great point. Let me follow up, and let me just say that Dr. Peter Dean, we have not been kicking him off the show and then bringing him back on and kicking him off. I'm assuming there's a little technical detail there. Let me ask you this question, Peter, because I think you can probably comment on it as well. In contrasting what's going on in the UK versus here in the US, I've characterized the care that Lindsay Clancy got as a ship without anybody steering the thing, no rudder. And so she's starting at point A, where she's been diagnosed to some degree, heading toward wellness, and along the way, all of these branches flying off of, she's continuing to seek care, but nobody really with a plan.
Yep.
Is that a U.S. thing, or do you have that issue in the UK as well?
It may be a US thing, and you will know the system there better than I. And I apologize for my sudden disappearances. I was frantically trying to listen to Alan and basically trying to reconnect myself to the system, thus proving that men occasionally can multitask as well, but not very good, not very efficiently. But I was listening very much to what Alan was saying, and I'd like to come back on a couple of those things that I would really support. But in terms of what you're saying, I think that overall charge and management, is it better, the same, or worse in the UK? I think it depends very much on where you are in the system and sometimes where you are from a postcode lottery point of view, because there have been changes in the NHS in recent years, not just in psychiatric care, usually advances in psychiatric care, but in general care, the way that the consultant-led system in hospitals has changed. When Alan and I were medical students years ago, people would be admitted to a firm led by one consultant. If they came back into a hospital after the emergency admission, they'd be readmitted under the same firm. So there would be continuity of care. I saw at close quarters what had happened in the service now, where different consultants would come in every few weeks and take on care of a patient that I was in and out of hospital visiting. And suddenly there were shifts, changes in patterns. This is general care rather than psychiatric care. But I think it depends very much on what Alan was saying, that there needs to be that consistency of care so that you get a joined up approach, a joined up treatment plan, and something that develops with people who know that patient. When you get patients, in a sense, passed from one doctor to another, you lose that continuity, you lose that prior knowledge of the patient, and you lose all of the benefits that the sort of care that Alan was describing provides for patients. But I'd also very much support what Alan was saying about the fact that these things can come on not just days or weeks after a birth, but many months later.
So let me ask you this, Peter, and Alan too. Have you seen other cases? I know that Alan's going to add the answer. Have you, as a coroner, in all of your years of practice, and know about other cases besides the Andrea Yates case, which people are aware of here in the United States, where women may be screaming for help, or maybe not screaming for help? No one's identified them. And there's a tragedy where they kill the children and they kill themselves. And the right reason I say the last part, and a question I wanted to know from Alan to continue on with that after you asked her, Peter, is you and I were discussing, Alan, before we came on the show, that would we feel the same way about Lindsay Clancy and her screaming for help, and the fact that we all think she had to do this because she had to have postpartum psychosis? Why else would you just kill your 3 kids and then jump out the window? Is the fact that she paralyzed making us paying attention to this case and believe her? And would things be different if
some
redactions. I don't think there are too many, but there were some on the death certificates. Stipulations and consciousness of guilt instruction. In terms of what we're looking for for the charges, we'd be looking for an instruction on first and second, with the theories of first being both deliberate premeditation and extreme atrocity and cruelty. In terms of the criminal responsibility instruction, we're asking that the instruction regarding intoxication not be given, because from our perspective, there's been no evidence of intoxication by drugs and or alcohol during the killings. There's testimony, and I think there'll be more testimony about the defendant taking pills after killing the children. And before killing the children, she was on low-dose prescription, 10 milligrams of amitriptyline that was recently increased to 20 milligrams, but there's no real evidence of whether or not she actually increased that dose. And then it was a low dose of trazodone and a low dose of, I believe, Valium. So those were prescribed medications that she had reported no side effects from. And I believe in the text with her mother, she said that she was still waiting to actually feel effects from those. So there's no evidence of intoxication from those drugs. And then the only intoxication potentially could be when she took pills after killing the children. And even those amounts from the toxicology are low-level amounts. So we're asking that the instruction on intoxication not be given.
Let me ask you this. I'm going to ask the defendant as well, because I did read through those. And I was trying to find the definition of intoxication as it applies in the homicide instructions. Most of the cases that I was able to find so far is the dealing with the OUI statute, Chapter 90, and trying to find the real definition in regards to that. Is it the Commonwealth's position that the intoxication is beyond what was the considered effect of the drugs? Because if you know what I'm saying, so if she takes, if a defendant, I don't mean to personalize it, if a defendant takes prescription drugs and it does create some effect, would that be considered intoxicated for the instruction?
I don't believe so. I think in the instructions it talks about having being intoxicated to the point where it affects your state of mind or ability to control yourself. I think intoxication, especially where there's not a specific definition given in the homicide instructions, I think you go to the general definition of intoxication, which would not just be taking medication as prescribed, but it would be over taking medication or combining with alcohol or other drugs. It's similar to the instructions in OUIs, or, operating under the influence of alcohol or drugs. I think you would have to go to that definition or to the general definition of intoxication if it's not specifically defined in the instructions. And I think the general definition of intoxication is taking some type of substance, either alcohol, drugs, medication, in excess and to the point where it's affecting your ability to think and to act and to control your behavior.
All right. All right. Anything? So I've got opinion, prior, consistent, prior, inconsistent, redaction, stipulations, consciousness of guilt, first, second, extreme atrocity, deliberate premeditation, and the criminal responsibilities without the subparagraph or the paragraph regarding intoxication.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Mr. Reddington?
I don't know if the government has been listening to the same evidence in this case. This is clearly an involuntary intoxication defense, at least as far as the judge's charge to the jury, based upon the evidence that's been presented, whether or not it's what we would argue is the over prescription of the medications, whether or not it's the side effects of the medications, whether or not it's the titration or the termination or the immediate cessation of the medications against what normal medical advice would be. All of those factors contribute to the state of mind of Ms. Clancy that was expressed to a lot of people, family members, people that knew her. She had indicated, I think Your Honor knows the evidence repeatedly indicated that she was affected by the benzos. She was felt that she was being addicted to the benzos, trying to get off the benzos. She indicated that the sertraline was obviously killing her as far as going from 25 to 50 milligrams. And then subsequent to that, when there's additional SSRIs prescribed, to suggest that there's no basis to give the jury the instruction, they may determine based on the evidence that is as a result of the involuntary intoxication from narcotics, not alcohol, obviously, from the prescribed narcotics, not illegal drugs. So from the prescription drugs, that's on all fours with a valid defense that they should be instructed as it relates to involuntary intoxication. I think it's the model jury instructions on criminal responsibility. Obviously, if there's any nuances that I would pick up, I would bring that to the court's attention, but I have tried murder case recently with the model jury instructions, and my memory is that I was pretty satisfied. It was Judge O'Shea, I think, actually in this courtroom a year ago, and I was satisfied with the instructions on lack of criminal responsibility. I would at some point ask the court to charge on involuntary manslaughter. I'd ask the court to charge on wanton conduct with a component of the impact of the intoxication. So you can't try this case in a vacuum. You can't present the case to the jury. I know the government would like to present the case only on cruelty and atrocity. They probably don't like the statute that allows a jury to determine the degree of murder, which would be first and second. But I think that the evidence is such that a jury should have the option of considering whether or not we're talking about involuntary manslaughter based upon the evidence that's permitted. So I would defer to the court on the instructions on cruelty and atrocity, premeditated malice aforethought, second degree malice. I would ask the court to consider instructing on involuntary intoxication, to consider on the involuntary manslaughter as a lesser offense, and anything else that I can think of. But right now, that's what I can think of.
All right. Yeah, counsel.
Thank you. The Commonwealth did request first and second degree instructions. It's our position that involuntary manslaughter wouldn't apply here. The evidence is that there was a specific intent to cause the death. So there's nothing that I can think of in the involuntary instruction that would apply here. Going back to the intoxication just for a moment.
Sure.
All of the medications, most of the medications that defense counsel talked about that the defendant was having reactions to and side effects from were before her hospitalization at McLean Hospital. And she was weaned off of that last one, the Seroquel, that while she was in McLean Hospital. And then she was without those medications and they're out of her system for 3 weeks. And she's just on those other 3 medications. So the intoxication that matters is not what happened in the fall and before McLean, it's what happened on the day of the incident. It's similar if it's an OUI, it doesn't matter if you were drunk in November, it matters if you're drunk on the date of the incident. So what matters here is that January 24th, 2023, and those other drugs and the effects that they caused to her aren't relevant to what happened on that day, as they've been out of her system for at least 3 weeks at that point.
All right. So the Commonwealth's position would be that the relevant analysis is what she was taking on or around that January 24th?
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right. Any other?
Yes.
Yeah, good. Sure.
It occurred to me, again, as I said, it's only fresh in my mind from the case I had here last year. I know the model jury instructions indicate, and I'm trying to find it in here, that there's supposed to be consideration of a chalk for the court to write out the elements of the offense of first degree murder, cruelty and atrocity, premeditated malice aforethought, etc. And I would ask that you not do that. I don't think that it's appropriate. I think it highlights, if you will, in simplistic terms, premeditated malice aforethought. I think you and I, we just had a murder case last year on another matter. And I mean, I heard your instructions. You're very forceful with the elements of the offense. And I just don't think we need to have this appendix or whatever you want to call it. And again, I did object to that with the Judge O'Shea. We did not submit the instruction list, cookbook, or whatever you want to call it, to the jury. So I think that the court's instructions would be sufficient. I would not want to have that chalk that is referenced in the model instructions. That's discretionary. It's not obligated. They just say that it might be helpful for the court to give the jury some type of a checklist. But I don't think we should reduce instructions on a murder case to a checklist. And I'm just afraid that what happens is that jurors then take the checklist, as it were, and they kind of look at it or consider it, and they just do exactly that. It's a checklist. So I would ask that you not do that.
All right. Just so counsel, my general practice is not to have that kind of list.
Yeah, I remember
I
that, yeah.
generally don't, but I also generally will provide a copy of the instructions to each juror. So they'll have their own full copy and they can follow along because the three of you know they're lengthy and kind of dry. So they'll have those with them. But I'll like I said, I generally don't do that chart. All right. So anything else in regards to the instructions?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So my plan would be to have at least a rough draft available for council tomorrow. So you at least have that. And depending on the timing and where we go in regards to the actual closings, we'll have the opportunity for you to review those, go over the draft, and then any kind of objections or suggestions you want to make, we'll have a chance to do that. But so you'll have, again, it's a rough draft. That's all I can tell you. And nothing's in stone, but at least give you an idea kind of where I'm coming from.
Do you think, logistically, Your Honor, that with the presentation of Dr. Resnick and then the government having their three doctors, hopefully we finish the evidence tomorrow, we would be closing Monday?
I would expect either Monday or Tuesday. If the parties may need, we could talk about that. But, my old experience, there's been a lot of evidence and there's a lot of witnesses. And so if the parties feel that they need like a day to kind of marshal their thoughts, we could talk about that. So either probably Monday or Tuesday. We could talk about that tomorrow. All right. Anything else we need to address, you think?
No, Your Honor.
All right. And so tomorrow we'll be in recess until tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Hopefully we'll start with Dr. Resnick and then, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. You just kind of looked at that. So that'll be the thought. And then we'll just kind of go from there. If the defendant rests, the Commonwealth can then present their witnesses. And if it's not done by Friday, we go into Monday, and that may mean closings and charge on Tuesday.
Okay.
All right.
And Mr. Verino will be here, yes, to set up the Zoom.
So you're not going to trust me to set that up this time?
No.
I think that's a good move.
Or me.
All right. All right. So thank you, everyone. And so we'll be in recess until tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Court, all rise.
Okay, answered a couple of questions that we were less than certain of before the charge conference, and actually pretty darn good in terms of brevity. Where'd I go? I disappeared. What happened? Pretty good charge in terms of charge conference in terms of brevity. But here's the big issue that we hadn't known for certain what was going to happen. We talked last night with Massachusetts Attorney Michael Del Signor about this possible manslaughter as a lesser included. You've now heard that Kevin Reddington asked for involuntary manslaughter, and it's based on the involuntarily intoxicated instruction that the Commonwealth does not want. Not exactly a shocker there. So what the Commonwealth is saying is, and you can't look at it in the context of alcohol because alcohol is not the issue. So what about all these drugs that she was taking? The Commonwealth made this flat out statement that at about the time of the incident, all these drugs she had been taking on and off and here and there were out of her system. I don't see the evidence of that. Nobody was taking blood tests. You might look at the average metabolic rate for the drugs to dissipate. We don't know how she took them, when she took them, even how many of the, let's say 7 out of 30 in one bottle of, I believe it was Zoloft. Did she take them all at once? Did she take them one a day? The Commonwealth has presumed one a day. We don't know. So if you don't know that all these things have been metabolized and are out of your system, how can you just willy-nilly, that's a legal term, how can you just willy-nilly ignore the involuntary intoxication issue? That's going to be the biggest question this judge will answer tomorrow when he puts out a rough draft of the jury instructions. and I haven't had a chance, I'm going to, but I'm telling you right now, involuntary manslaughter, maybe it's 2 to 5 or 5 to 7. I do have to check that out. In fact, I could probably do that right now if I wanted to believe. What is the penalty in Massachusetts for involuntary manslaughter? This is my associate.
In Massachusetts, involuntary manslaughter can result in up to 20 years in state prison or a maximum of 2.5 years in jail. For legal advice, consult a professional.
For legal advice, talk to Justice Serve TV and not AI. Okay, so you can tell that it's a wide range depending on a number of factors, 2.5 years to 20 years. So the key, though, is will the Commonwealth be able to prevent the jury from hearing an instruction on involuntary manslaughter and / involuntary intoxication? If the judge allows one, I think he's got to allow both. If he allows the instruction on involuntary intoxication, then I think the lesser included has to be included. So that's big. That's a big thing. We know the practical effect of whatever incarceration there's going to be if there is a guilty verdict. Is probably less an issue with somebody who's paralyzed as Lindsay Clancy is, but it's in there. I think it needs to be in there, and we talked about it, and now it sounds like there is a chance it'll be in there. I think the judge has reasoned most of his decisions pretty well and pretty openly, pretty honestly. Some folks that could testify that shouldn't testify. I think he started off a little rocky with damping down the defense case as it related to experts, but you notice he opened that back up. And basically the defense has gotten in who they need. They got 2 more that are coming. Dr. Resnick, which he's, wait, let me check this. Let me check with my associate. How long? Sorry, no, it's not how long. No, how's long is what I meant. How old is Dr. Resnick, who will be testifying in the Lindsay Clancy case? Let's see, because I think that's what I've been told that
Dr. Philip Resnick, who will be testifying, is 88 years old.
Okay, so there you go. That's the reason they're accommodating the Zoom presence for Dr. Resnick. And then we have Dr. Spinelli as well. And then it'll be Commonwealth Roadshow, as they have their 3 experts they're going to put on that will attempt to rebut everything that the defense has said as it relates to psychosis and postpartum and the interaction of meds and all of that stuff, right? That will be tomorrow. And I think I heard the judge say at the end there, if we don't get done by 5, they've never gone to 5. They've had Fridays off quite often. Then we'll slop over into Monday. You could tell by he's not pressing anybody to just jam. He said, hey, if you need, a day to collect your thoughts, maybe we have closings on Tuesday. So that's pretty accommodating. And I get it at this stage of the process. We've been following this case since it happened. Welcome to all of the folks who are just learning about this case. And I'm talking to folks like, Fox News and CNN and others that are parachuting in because online we've been covering this like crazy for years. Welcome. Good to have you along. Where the hell you been? Because of the important issues in this case. So, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I think it's better than 50-50 that it's coming in. Better than 50-50. That's my reasoned opinion at this point. What happened to the defense 3rd psychiatric expert? I thought she was testifying today. I'm really sorry, but I'm confused. I think you may be talking about Dr. Spinelli. Dr. Spinelli is supposed to be now tomorrow with Dr. Resnick by Zoom. And then, so, it's very possible that they could get done cleanly, neatly tomorrow. And that would be the best way to do it. And all the testimony, all the evidence is in. Monday, you got closings and you have instructions to the jury. And then we get deliberating. So I think that's entirely possible. So I think that the witness I believe you're talking about, I think it's, I don't know, I can't even guess. I think that witness, though, is Spinelli, which I believe is going to be happening tomorrow. Okay. So, hey, thank you so much. Narcissistically 2461. Thank you for joining as a YouTube member. We appreciate that. And also YouTube member Don Gone, or is it Dun Gone? Sorry. Dun, there's an E there, dum-dum. Dun Gone 282. Thank you for joining. We do appreciate. And Dog Mom, I just heard a dog jingle around here. Domino. Come on, come here. He doesn't care. He doesn't love me anymore. There must be food involved. Dog Mom, thank you for the jewels and the flower. I appreciate that. Would her stay at Tewksbury count as time served? That's a very good question, and yes, because she is in custody. It just so happens that she needs medical attention. She is not OR. She's not out on her own recognizance. She's not out on bail. So that is a good question because it is an unusual circumstance. Thank you, Brass, and thank you for the donation. Appreciate that. So yeah, she's going to spend more time. I don't mean to sound like I'm boo-hooing Lindsay Clancy. I'm just stating some facts. She's going to spend more time in the van, coming and going today than she did sitting there in court. I'm going to follow up on this, but I'm pretty confident that the big thing with the court this morning, talking to each juror, was about the standout and about the couple of hundred people or so that were outside waiting for her arrival, waiting for Kevin Reddington's arrival. And I did mention the Dina of Karen Reed fame. She did send me a bunch of videos, so maybe I'll stitch those together and then just post those as a blast. I'm sure some folks have already seen them, but it's cool just to get an idea of what the support was out there this morning, because there could not be, as I said earlier, a more diametrically opposed and different scenario than the Karen Reed case and the Lindsay Clancy case in terms of the ultimate actor. Let's put it that way. You have Karen Reed, where everybody was supporting her total innocence. As Dr. La Posada said, it doesn't really matter about anything else. The car never hit him. And you have Lindsay Clancy, who essentially admits to what she did, but under altered state. So, and the core issue, of course, though, is women's rights. I like to be in touch with my feminine side. When I was in college, I was the only, human sexuality was a class. Everybody took it, snicker, snicker, giggle, giggle. We were idiots. I was the only guy in the female sexuality class. I just thought it would be interesting. And I think they appreciated that I was there because, I could either reinforce stereotypes that they had or maybe burst some of those stereotypes. But it was odd at first. And then we just kind of, all bonded as a class studying the same subject. So that's my cred as a feminist. I know we were right in the middle of the interviews that Linda and I did with the experts from the UK, and I think we're going to pick that up again. I'm going to do a couple of things. We had a great interview last night, too, with a woman named Jill who spent time in McLean. It was a number of years ago, and there are 2 McLean facilities. She was at the McLean facility, the twin, the companion, not the one where Lindsay Clancy stayed, but you have to imagine the methods, the manner of treating the patients is all similar. If not, it's still interesting perspective. And it was not pretty. Everything I've heard about McLean, my Yelp review is dropping drastically. And then we'll circle back tonight. As I mentioned, I've got my kid, 23, a kid, coming in tonight from Pittsburgh, and the flights have been all wackadoodle because we've got a little bit of weather coming in. Jennifer Wood, thank you so much for becoming a YouTube member. And so my presence tonight will be kind of sketchy, iffy, flexible, but Linda Kennybod will be here. So obviously you'll be in good hands. And I know that Joyce Mahar and oh, sorry, I just saw something fly by there. And Sheila Duffy, of course, will be here modding away, as they say. Well, I think that might be hyperbole, but all right. Joyce Mahar, the best channel ever. All righty. And dogs. Yeah, I have a dog that's far too busy to be bothered with me. Harumph. What case will you follow next, Michael? Yeah, we kind of got into this yesterday, and then we now have a gap between really the end of this case and the beginning of the Sandra Birchmore case, October 5, which is going to be covered very differently because it's in federal court and there will be no cameras. So the times that I'm there, and I cannot say I'll be there every single day, I will be there as often as possible to be the eyes and ears for Justice Serve TV. But September was going to be the Abumseli murder down in Miami with the OnlyFans defendant. She took a great deal where she could get out in less than a year based on time served to 4 years. That was the September window. And that's gone. So we're looking around. I mentioned yesterday there's a case in Michigan. It's a retrial on a murder case in which a guy that was overturned based on the verdict form. And in the meantime, they've arrested somebody else. It was a murder, body found in a basement. I won't get into all the details, but the crux of the case in the retrial is DNA pinned the crime on somebody else who is now also incarcerated, but they're going forward with the retrial of the person who is effectively vindicated. Bizarre. And again, that's called the Grondin case. Casey Grondin is the defendant, and that is in Michigan. So, and I've been in touch with Kathy Russin at Law and Crime /Court TV to see, the way they do it there. And believe me, I know I've been on cases where I literally flew once. What was the case? Scarsdale. Was it the Scarsdale case? Scarsdale that case? It was a civil case, and it was going to be in Houston. So I flew from headquarters, Court TV in New York, to Houston. And by the time we landed, while taxiing to the gate, the case had been resolved. So my point is that with whether Law and Crime, Court TV, whomever, even some local outlets that now cover trials, back in the day, that was all you could get, was if a local station was going to pool it, then hey, great. Now they're constantly juggling what's on the docket, where are they, what about the delays? Look at the Obamseli murder case. That delayed. How many times was that delayed until they finally settled on the, it was going to be, I think, August 27 next week was going to be jury selection. So when these things, it's constantly a shifting tide, and we just keep our eyes on it and see what's coming up. We aren't tied to the Northeast, that's for sure. We certainly have found, a gold mine of legal issues in this area in the Northeast that we've been covering. But that's not our criteria. I know a lot of folks are just, New England centric, Massachusetts centric. We're not. We've just been tied to it as a result of our proximity and the level of the cases that are gaining the interest there. So, and we've been down in Atlanta, we've been down in Florida. I don't know at this point what the other options are for September, but we will keep you posted. And of course, hope you'll join us for whatever that coverage may be, wherever that coverage may be, and whomever that coverage may be about. Yeah, not officially. The defense will rest tomorrow after a couple of witnesses, and then the prosecution will begin their rebuttal. So, yeah, this is one we've been following. Are you considering covering the judge in Kentucky who was shot by the sheriff? Yeah, what a wild story that is. Thanks, Melissa Voiles, C5K. There's so much backstory. The first thing you hear, and you see the video. We have the video of the guy going into the judge's chambers having a verbal dispute, and then bang, bang, he kills him. The backstory on why that defendant was motivated to do that is wild. So we're keeping an eye on it, to be honest with you, having been so into the Lindsay Clancy matter. I don't know what their schedule is or where they are in the mix right now. Anybody knows? Pass it on. Pass it on. Involuntary manslaughter, a lesser crime, meaning she could be released one day. Yes. It's like Karen Reed. It's like Kevin Reddington ad OUI, which is operating under the influence. So any jurors on the fence have a lesser charge to agree on. Yeah, it is, it can be dangerous as a compromise verdict if they don't compromise on something like second degree, which the Commonwealth asked for. The Commonwealth wanted first and second degree, but they're objecting to involuntary manslaughter. They're objecting even to the instruction about involuntary intoxication. That to me could be the ball game in terms of what this jury hears and what their options might be, because if they finally get their 12, whatever that makeup may be, you could have people that feel she needs to be punished in some way, somehow, that they won't fully excuse what she did. And that's what it is. It's a legal excuse, the lack of mental capacity, to form the intent necessary. It's a legal excuse. You did the deed, but you were excused because of these mental issues. Some people aren't going to bite that. They're just they don't like it. They see 3 dead kids and they say they think somebody's got to pay, and she's the one who did it, and we know she did it. That's the kind of person that if there are others that are malleable, that they could move people. It's always a matter of degree, as I told Dr. Zeisel yesterday. It's always a matter of degree. If you've got 10 that are for some level of not guilty, whether by just a straight not guilty, which I don't think is supported by the evidence, to be obvious. I think the not guilty for lack of criminal responsibility is supported by the evidence. But if you've got, let's say, 10 people, that's where they're going. It's harder for the other 2 to shift 10 people. But if it's the opposite, if you had 10 people that are looking for some sort of involuntary manslaughter and they're okay with that, it's easier to put the other 2, in a headlock, philosophically, figuratively, and get them to budge. If not, well, that's what we call a hung jury. That's a very interesting question. Where did it go? Where did it go? There it is. With everyone wanting justice, what is justice in this case, in your opinion? I mean, how will justice be served? Lee Bugs? I think that the lack of criminal responsibility is the most appropriate verdict. I don't think it's a straight not guilty, and I believe there was enough going on to negate the intent necessary to find first or second degree murder. Second degree is a lesser level of intent, obviously. It's a recklessness, a reckless conduct. But I think they're linked in the intent to do the act. 1 and 2 are linked closely enough for me that I haven't seen that. So I think it's a lack of criminal responsibility. That's what I think the evidence shows, which is important. And that's what I think the proper justice would be. Lago 1914, what is the demographic makeup of the jury? How many women, men? Let's have a recap on that. In fact, let me see. Here's my notes. See those? There they are. They have, just to give you the layout, they have 2 rows, 9 on top, 9 on bottom, 18 people total, 12 women, 6 men. Ages range from, I would say, 30-ish to 60-ish. And if you look at my list here, let's break it down by age groups. Okay, let me start with females. Give me a minute here to do the math. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 women in their 40s. 1, 2, 3, 4 women in their 5 women in their 50s. Yeah, so that's 9 of the 12 women. The others are in their 30s, 3 of them. And then the 6 men, we've got those that I've named. Monster Garage, he's in the 50 to 60 range. Dapper Dan, he is in the 50 to 60 range. Let's see. Another male, tougher to call, but I would say 50-ish. And then 2 males in their 30s or near 30s, my best guess. Young Mother is one of the younger women. She's in the 30s. And then the one I deemed grandmother, based on her response to Lindsay Clancy's former mother-in-law, also a grandmother. Remember, she was testifying about, you can't explain the love for a grandchild until you become a grandmother. She was very into that testimony. So I deemed her, I gave her the new name of grandmother. She could be 60-ish, give or take. So, but what we don't know is who are the 12 going to be in the box. We have no idea. No idea. We're going to, we'll bring out the bingo spinner. They may not use that one. Some courts in Massachusetts do. Some use a different version of a lottery of sorts. It's blind draw. And there are 6 people that are going to be sorely disappointed from what I've seen the jury and their interaction and their way to stay with it as long as they have in this case. We're wrapping up now week number 4. Remember, the judge, and this sort of accounts for his lax enforcement of any sort of schedule. We're way ahead of the original estimate. The original estimate was 6 to 8 weeks. We are finishing week 4 tomorrow, and virtually all of the evidence will be in. So when you're that far ahead, part of that is a court scheduling issue. He doesn't have anything pressing on him. Whatever's coming next, there's this built-in buffer because the original trial estimate was a minimum of 2 weeks longer than where we are now. So he's got time to play, and he's letting everybody breathe. I think that's great. Doesn't happen that way all the time. And we even had a few hiccups along the way, because how many full days have we really had? Today was day 16, right? How many super full days have we had? I can't remember too many. When I was there this week, Monday and Tuesday were both pretty good. A little slightly early on Tuesday, not bad. But there have been weeks where Friday off, half day. And what was it today? Maybe hour and a half. So any other questions? Anyone? Okay, help me on this one. Sometimes when people ask, what are you covering next? They have an agenda. Willing to cover the LaTarsha Sanders case. Help me. That one doesn't ring a bell to me. So if you want to send us a note at justiceservedtv@gmail.com, feel free. We always welcome suggestions on cases that are coming up, elements of cases that are coming up that maybe have surfaced for some reason, are very important issues to be decided other than a trial, because we cover stuff, all phases of the process. justiceservedtv@gmail.com. Send it along. Oh, we're day 17. Sorry, did I just say 16? I was in such sync with the calendar until last week, because every court day matched the calendar. And then we took that day off, and then the weekend, of course, and it screwed everything up. No, I'm really not. Were you surprised Red is asking for involuntary manslaughter to be included? I'm not, because I think for him, it opens up that whole category of culpability, and it's favorable to him. I don't think that he is naive enough to think we're getting a not guilty. I don't even think he's naive enough to think we're definitely getting a not guilty for lack of criminal responsibility. So he's trying to do the best he can for his client, and if the jury's going to compromise, that's where he wants them to compromise: involuntary manslaughter. And I'm going to do a little further research. My legal associate, AI, was a little flaky there on the factors that determine, is it 2.5 years or 20 years? There's going to be a lot of factors that go into that mix. And I think it's going to be important to know, and I'm sure he already knows, or he wouldn't have asked for it. I'm thinking it's on the lower end of that based on the current circumstances. So no, it doesn't surprise me at all that he had asked for that. We were talking about it last night, and we talked about it last week as well, because he knew it was hanging out there. When I knew the Commonwealth asked for second degree as an alternative, I thought, that may kind of open up the door for something else. And here's the way it works. I think Kevin Reddington wanted just first degree, because I think it's an overreach, and I think the jury can't get there. Okay, so in that case, it's either that or one of the two versions of not guilty. But when the Commonwealth said, no, we want second degree as well, he immediately knows, well, that's a compromised position for the jury if they're going to get close and they're fighting over it. I don't want that to be the compromised position. I want involuntary manslaughter to be the compromised position. And that is my opinion as to why he asked for it. Because he could have fought for just the instruction. But no, he wants the companion option for the jury as well. Just a moment to reflect. Okay, we talk anything about the jury tonight? I'm still waiting to hear back. A couple of options we may have for tonight for somebody inside the courtroom. Since I'm not there today, let's see if there's any follow-up from my notes that I sent out. Stand by. No, not yet. I'm sure folks are scrambling after, this. If you're up there and you're covering a case like this free time is a great time to, follow up on, people you want to talk to, elements about the case you want to cover, people that you want to, and there were a lot of supporters up there today. So I would not be surprised if a lot of the folks that are up there, as I would be if I were up there this day, is, chatting with some of these supporters, getting their feel for why they're there and what they hope to achieve by being there. Again, this is not, free care and read. It's not that. This is raise awareness type stuff. Okay, yeah, still waiting on a couple of folks. We should have somebody from inside the courtroom today, which will be interesting. I saw him pan through the galley there, and all the rows seemed jammed up, which is starting to annoy me. Here's what I think they should do. You know how you get loaded onto a flight by your zone in most cases, or by rows, right? I think when Monday rolls around, they should have first people up, those that were here day one. Okay, if you weren't here day one, you weren't here to hear the 911 call and hear opening statements, then step aside, let those folks go in first. Then I would go on day two. Who was here for the first time day two? On and on and on. And then all these latecomers, are in the back of the bus or not in. That's fair. But now, you got somebody parachuting in from one of the networks because they finally realize, oh shit, we should be covering this. We're missing out. And they, by nature, I know enough of the bailiffs. I'm not too concerned about it. But you have these folks that they cut the line. They waltz up to the front of the line because they think they're more important. I hate to see that. I hate it. I'm not going to let it happen to me, I'll tell you that. Here's it's very confusing. I'm in a top secret location, witness protection. I can never understand. Is he in Connecticut or California? I'm always confused. Yeah, it is confusing. I get it. From California, active licensed attorney in California, currently living in Connecticut, was living in New York, and now I'm here. And for this particular case and all the issues we've been monitoring in New England, I'm 3 hours from all of the hell that's going on up there. So we've taken advantage of that, and happy that we can do that. Yeah. Yeah, that would, we've had these amazing guests on. If you haven't seen them, check out, in our library, wherever the library is. Dr. Yosef, who we had on again this week to talk to, we'd had him on early, like before the trial really began, and loved him. Everybody loved him. I said, can we get you back on when the case is very close to wrapping, and just, get your further reflections, which we did on Tuesday. So that's in the library. And then we've had the two doctors from England. I think that was, what day was that? Monday? Man, all the days are blurring. And their perspective, not just on this case, but how things are different in England, how they have that thing called infanticide. They are far more evolved in England, and it pains me to say that, than we are here in the U.S. But hopefully the light being shown on this case will help kind of, elevate our game here in the U.S. Okay, that's a good idea. After I'm finished, some say I've been finished, I will continue our interview for this week. Dr. Yosef will be the second show. Okay, great. That is very good. And I think I will, before I move on to some other actual work I've got to do, I'll stitch together all the little clips that Dina sent me, so I can just put that up there as a standalone. I'm also going to cut out, I didn't get around to it last night, I was too busy, but we had a woman named Jill on last night who spent 6 days in McLean, checked herself in, ultimately checked herself out, very similar to Lindsay Clancy, and really felt like nothing good happened there. So listen to that, give you some insight. We've heard all the doctors talk and all the nurses, and all through testimony and through witnesses and through interviews we've had. But it's interesting to hear somebody who went through it. Luckily, she's doing fine now, but you get the sense it was not because of what happened at McLean. Yes, I totally agree, Joy. She was an amazing guest. And thanks to Joy, who set that up. We appreciate that. Thank you, Law Nerd. I see what you did there. You kind of combined a few things. 5 jewels and a treat. Treats. Undercover Angel. Treat time. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, more treats. More treats. I'm gonna have to work out more. I'm getting all these treats. Okay, I just want to make sure we've covered everything that is possible from what happened today. We're going to circle back at 6 o'clock, have somebody from the courtroom in to give observations. A different vibe there, maybe because of the standout beforehand, maybe because so many of the other media have parachuted in, but it definitely had a sense just watching it. And I don't remember one day that I've been there, of the 8 or 9 I've been there, where it was like chock-a-block, like people like shoulder to shoulder. Even during the 911 call on day one and the openings, it was full, but you had also a lot of, like, the DA was there, and a number of support staff were there. That happens a lot, when openings happen, and then they all circle back for closings and obviously for verdict. When I talked to the court administrator early on, my first thought and question to them was, are you going to have an overflow area? And it never entered their mind. I said, well, I've covered a few of these trials, and it may not be an issue now, but I guarantee you by the time this thing is rolling toward verdict, it's going to be an issue. They hadn't even given it any thought. So I'm going to follow up on that front as well. Maybe they've seen enough. Maybe by tomorrow they'll see more. Maybe in anticipation of Monday they will create. It's so easy to do. I say that because I'm not doing it, but once you've got the feed, it's so easy to beam it into another large room, and then more of the public can come in and more of the media, and it's just the best way to do it. We are now in the biggest courtroom, and it's not massive. When you go up the stairs, bing, 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 you're on the 3rd floor. It's the left. Again, this is the same courtroom that Gilday is in for the Karen Reed defense of the wrongful death case brought by Paul O'Keefe and the family. Talk about a different vibe. Anyway, so you go to the left and you go down the hall to that, the big massive doors. All you see from inside the courtroom is the inside doors, which look kind of similar, but then there's the little ante room where they have kind of a media meeting room off of that. It's not very big. It's like barely big as the space you see behind me. That is between the main entry doors to the courtroom and the actual doors into the courtroom. There's this little buffer zone. And so it's the biggest courtroom. I think it's even called main courtroom. The others are, courtroom 3, courtroom 5. You can grab one of those. I'm confident they could work that out, but I do want to reach out. Maybe I'll start the process today and see if they've given it any thought based on the new numbers. Because they haven't shown that gallery shot very often. In fact, I don't remember them ever showing it where they panned across the whole thing. Never has it looked that packed in all the time that I've been there. So I hope that they're planning on that. I don't know. Help me. Do you have sources in Pluri-Paul 1? I don't know what that means. Something going on, I think. We're pulling a thread. Sources in, is that IGP or is that LGP? Help me. If you're trying a case, you always wonder, did I do enough? Did I do too much? Is there more simple, obvious things I could have done? That it's just that position you're in. You're always going to be second guessing yourself, but you do the best you can under the circumstances. I think he's done plenty, and part of that is because Commonwealth sucks. They've done a horrible job putting on their case, and they have made certainly the public, and you have to assume the jury is sort of the public, a cross section, challenge everything the Commonwealth does, dislike certain things the Commonwealth does. Can you imagine if you're going into a case? I'm representing a client who has killed 3 children. You would never think at this point that you seem to have the edge. I'll put it that way. And I think that was reflected in the number of witnesses Kevin Reddington used, and his reputation is concise. Get in there, punch, jab, and then get out. Commonwealth, a little more belaboring. And part of it's their style. Whether they think they need the person or not, their style is just plodding. And that's why anytime Reddington would get up, the jury would kind of, now we're going to see something. And it happens. It's not dragged out beyond what you really need. I think he's done great. I think Zeisel was great. La Posada was great. I didn't like Condi. And I mentioned that right from the very beginning. I think he was ill-prepared. I think that he could have been better, more effective for the defense. So I put him at a 0 in terms of moving the scale or the dial or the burden. The one thing he did was shift the burden back to the Commonwealth on the issue of whether or not there was a mental disease or defect that affected Lindsay Clancy and basically prevented her from having the intent to kill those 3 kids. That's all he did. But, he didn't have his report with him. He was hemming and hawing. He basically had to be walked through his own report. I was not impressed at all. I was a little concerned because he was, basically the first real witness after, some of the family members that the defense put on. But followed by Zeisel, followed by La Posada, actually it was the opposite. And then you have 2 more to kind of help seal the deal for the defense tomorrow. I think he's done an amazing job and done just enough without belaboring it. And that's as big a harm as doing not enough, as doing too much. And so people are all right already, looking at their proverbial watches. Jam 126, 10 Jules, thank you so much. Thanks for the gold. Gold is good. Gold coins are good. Oh, no. But have you ever had any undercover? Have you ever had any of those dog treats? They are good and good for you. They panned the courtroom on video today, and I did not see Patrick. No. Has he ever sat in the courtroom? No, no, no. The only time he was ever sitting was there were interruptions in his testimony, and if it was just for a quick break, yes. Otherwise, he marched out and then marched back in. And you'll remember that seems so long ago, but he effectively finished his testimony, and then they did the 911 call, and they showed the kids' clothes, which I thought was over the top, objectionable, but they did, and he was gone. I'm confident he went right back home, which is now New York, and is hoping to put this behind him. And I'm sure he's being pestered. You know how the press is. You know how they are. I would be shocked to see him return. Yeah, I mean, I think as best he can. I mean, how can you totally put this behind you? Ever. Yeah, that was my take as well, Sheila. When they show a witness come in, they pan over. It's been the same camera guy every time, same dude. The difference now from even last year when Jelly Smack bought Law and Crime, and then Law and Crime sucked up Court TV, they used to send. You'd go to a trial like this, or trial I was covering, and you'd see the big Court TV sat truck in the parking lot, and they would erect. You'd always have a nice little, I call what we do the mobile studio. In part, it's because it's pretty rudimentary compared to back then. Back then, Court TV, it would be like a real studio. I mean, almost like a temporary structure. It was very slick. They don't do that now. Part of the combination of the two companies, part of the overriding ownership of Jelly Smack. Look that up. They're not doing that because they save a ton of money by having local folks pool the trial, and that's why you'll see some. Remember in the Pino trial with the boat wreck in Florida, it was a Miami crew. They weren't very good, and they weren't used to doing live trials. That's where we got to see all the jurors coming in and seeing thigh high shots of them and waist down shots. Remember that? That would never ever happen back in the day when Court TV or Law and Crime were doing their own thing, crewing the trial themselves. So I may be wrong. This guy, I'll have to ask him. I think he's just a local dude who probably has worked with Court TV or Law and Crime before, but not on the payroll. A stringer, as we would say, because it's cheaper. It's just a bunch cheaper. So they go in like locusts and get all the mics and everything set up, which I think they've done an amazing job on. By the way, can't help when you have Kevin Reddington, the Wanderer. And he's everywhere but near a microphone. That's just the way it goes. Short of, and I've seen this in a trial, putting a wireless pack. We're tethered here, right? We got these. We're all wired in. I do that because it's much safer and cleaner, and you don't have interference, from electrical gadgets. But when I'm in the field, and even when we're in the studio, sometimes you're wearing a wireless pack. It's just that thing, it's the size of a little, clicker. And you're all self-contained. Walk around, do whatever you want. I've seen trials where they have mic'd the attorneys that way. It's dangerous because of the whole hot mic stuff. So I haven't seen it very often, but I've seen it. That's the only way you would be able to get Kevin Reddington consistently. But they've done, I think, a pretty good job with the witness stand and the lectern and the counsel tables and the jury one on the jury side, I think, near the witness stand. So pretty good considering all of the issues they have to deal with. So I don't know if the panning of the jury was he was just kind of audibleizing, did his own thing, or if somebody, because they're watching the feed obviously, if somebody said, hey, why don't you take a look at the gallery? I hear that they're just packed in there today, and doggone it if they weren't. Yeah, this is a tricky question, Lisa Lee, when you have somebody that has ongoing medical issues that will never end. If Lindsay has to go to prison, where would they house her? I don't know the options in Massachusetts, but generally every state has an option for housing prisoners, convicted prisoners who have very special medical needs. If there are, and I'm just throwing these numbers out by example, if there are 20 prisons throughout the state of Massachusetts, 2 or 3 might have those capabilities. So if that were to come to pass, then she would go there. But remember, if she has not guilty as a result of the mental disease or defect, she goes to a mental health facility, not prison. She would only go to prison if it were a traditional guilty of one of the perhaps 3 charges: first-degree murder, second-degree murder, and maybe involuntary manslaughter. And obviously they would have, go to a facility that has some opportunity for the care that she's going to need. And that could be extreme. Yeah, well, you missed that. How do you think it went? How do you think it went? Truth for one? Truth for one. Yeah, just imagine it in your mind. If you've watched any of this trial and you've seen the Commonwealth, how do you think that went? Not good. The only thing that was reasonable, I thought, was there was a question about the chaplains, Miss Kavanaugh, what she wrote down. She's had more than 200 visits with the defendant, and so she took some notes, but she never noted in any of those visits the issue about the voices. She said that she was told by Lindsay Clancy about a male voice that was persistent, telling her that the only way the kids would be safe is if she ended their lives and then ended her own. Not in the notes anywhere. I think that's legitimate inquiry, but I think you, as the priest penitent type client relationship is, you write that down in your journal. There's a chance that could be pierced, and then could be, when these conversations are taking place, it could be construed as some admission, or it turns out it's probably irrelevant, doesn't matter, because we know she's admitted doing what she did. Still, that would be one way to explain why she did not write these things down. The jury could then say, well, maybe she didn't write them down because Lindsay Clancy never said them, and this chaplain, who seemed like a lovely woman, she's lying. That's where you got to go. And those are the options. So yeah, take a look at it. She talks about, did you know that she was using a yellow exercise band in some of her physical therapy? Did you know that? Did you know that, Commonwealth? How do you know it was a yellow exercise band? It seems pretty random to me. Exercise band, sure, but why would you think it was yellow? What made you think that? Sorry, fan mail from some flounder. Ah, yes, I will respond to that later. Okay. Okay. I was worried she wasn't going to testify at all. Yeah, are we talking about the chaplain? Because clearly Lindsay Clancy ain't going to be testifying. Yes, echoed. Thanks, Joy, and thanks, Sheila. This thank you coming from To the Beat of My Drum, 7881. I agree, Granny Debbie. Random and dumb of the Commonwealth to bring up what she uses in therapy, like she just went over and picked up that one because that's what she used to kill her kids. I know, but somebody had to ask how it went. I'm telling you how it went. It's pretty short. Take a look at it if you feel you can handle it. And there was another dumb question. Oh, she asked about, did you know that she was filling out paperwork for, a supplemental disability income? Really? Crazy idea, because I'm now, however it happened, I'm now in need of money to pay for things, and I'm disabled, and there's an avenue from which I can get something. I guarantee you nobody's getting rich on SDDI or SSDI, Social Security Disability Income. Yeah, nobody's retiring on that. So another dumb thing to bring up. To me, it highlights two things: how insensitive and out of touch the Commonwealth is, and how they don't understand how that might help the defense. Michael Bryant, answer my question about the jurors being anti-defense. I'm not sure what is your question. Do I think they're anti-defense? I don't know. I mean, I'm certainly seeing them take note to a more obvious degree when Kevin Reddington's doing his thing, but that could just be performance. You know, you pay more attention to somebody that doesn't bore you. He's not boring. They're boring. I pay more attention to him. I'm not saying that they're, taking down every single thing he says because they believe it's the gospel. I don't know. We won't know until they come out this thing on the other end and we see exactly, I'm sure there will be some that talk. There always do. And we're going to have, 6 alts that I think are going to be a little annoyed. We might hear from them. Yeah. Yeah, that I do have a question about that. I want to have a conversation with her, when she's not testifying, talking about Chaplain Kavanaugh, right? Kavanaugh, yeah. Lovely voice. She could read bedtime stories. Yeah, get her into a voice acting gig to the beat of my own drum. Yeah, it almost sounded, the affect just sounded almost fake. I'm sorry, it did. Though I'd like to, but then I guess if you're a board certified chaplain, maybe that's just, everything is now so much more calm and everything I talk about has a little lilt in my voice. Laura, will the rebuttal witnesses be a complete surprise or were they required to be on the list already provided? Combination of the two. They could have been disclosed early on. They could have been on the main witness list. I'm not sure that they were. With rebuttal witnesses, there's some leeway to add after the defense case is done, because even if you know some of the defense witnesses or all of the defense witnesses, and the Commonwealth certainly knew this weeks ahead of time, you might not know what they're going to say, and it may raise some new issue that you need a new expert to rebut. I think the 3 that we'll hear from the Commonwealth have been disclosed and are well known to the defense. I love Reddington's style. Prosecution drones on and on. Yeah. The antithesis of the chaplain. Yeah. And that's his thing. And I think it comes from experience. The guy's been doing it once or twice. And I don't know the backstory. I haven't done all of the research on the Commonwealth ADAs. They come off to me as just being the least appropriate attorneys for this case. That doesn't mean they aren't experienced. That doesn't mean they haven't tried a bunch of cases, and that doesn't mean they weren't chosen because they're good at what they do. I'm just saying, gut feeling is this is not their case. This is not their case. Okay, let's see. Yeah, if I did something like this, I wouldn't expect my ex-husband to be there. Yeah, we were marveling, and I told his attorney what I thought an incredible job he did. I'm not. I know all the crazies out there that think Patrick Clancy was somehow involved. You're insane. You may need some treatment. But can you imagine having gone through what he went through, and then be up there and have to recount it in horrible detail? Yeah, that takes a strong individual, but he did it. And I don't think it came off as protective of her, gushing of Lindsay Clancy, blaming. It was very neutral. It was as matter of fact as he could make it, considering what he went through. And I applaud him just for having the strength to do that. And that's what I told his attorney. Your guy was pretty amazing. Oh, yeah, good. Why does this not surprise me? TMZ has photos of him and his new wife. And if you're looking for slime, Harvey is always there to satisfy. Some would agree. I think there are certainly times. What I like about Reddington is he's letting the Commonwealth hang itself. Yeah, that's why so many times when you think, you guys are smart, you've watched a number of trials, when, even if it's just a gut feeling, I think that sounds like you could object to that. Knowing when not to object is easily as important as knowing when to object. Okay, I've got a few Julie things I want to go through, so I want to make sure I don't miss them. And I will even go to the point of repeating one if I think I'm not sure if I got it or not. Undercover Angel, did I get this one? 5 jewels and a treat? Oh, that's right. I was eating the doggy treats. See, if I had a picture of what it was, I would not eat the dog treats. Well, wait, I might still. Sorry, I might. as long as Domino was not around, because if that were the case, I would have no chance. Yes. The treats that I ate. Thank you so much. Do I have any more treats? Okay. Okay, we did that. Well, that's not these aren't the kind of questions I usually deal with. I know it's back there. See it back there? Is it? Can you see? I've only won one. The show I did that I won that for won a couple, but technically because it's my show, I guess arguably I won that one as well. But it was not for the hosting or writing or anything like that. We were nominated 11 times. We felt like we were remember Susan Lucci? We were nominated every year, and it wasn't until the 10th or 11th time that we finally won. But we've now that we've brought this out there, I'll go ahead and say this. I don't talk about this very often, but I am proud of some of the stuff we've been able to do, like AP Awards, National Press Club Awards. One year we won a National Press Club Award with ABC's 2020. This little company thing doing The Legal Edge took us down to Washington, and they televised this little award show, and it was the National Press Club, which is, I thought that was pretty cool. And memes are great because they sound good, but I think there are other awards that really are far more difficult to win. Okay, enough of that. Nosy, Michael, have you seen any jurors that may appear anti-defense? They're also good at being jurors. If you watch, Law and Order and some of these other shows, you expect some drama, visible drama in the jury. No, that's not generally not the way it works. I have one thing that surprised me about this jury is less camaraderie than I would expect at this point into a trial. And I don't mean yucking it up, but I just mean the body language as they come in. They file in, back row and then front row. So 9 and 9, and obviously always in the same spot. But there's not any conversation. I've seen jurors that are more, wink and a nudge, and they have some connection. You can just see it. I don't see that here, but I do see a looseness, a more informal feel to them all sitting there because they're now very comfortable with their roles and what they're doing. But I don't see anybody that is giving away that they feel one way or the other. There have been witnesses that are less interesting to them than others. There have been examinations by the Commonwealth generally that appear to be less interesting. But that's just because that's less interesting, not because, in my opinion, not because they're taking it out. I hate the Commonwealth, so I don't care who they put on or how they question somebody. I don't like it. If that's somebody's feeling that, I'm not getting it. Okay. All right. Okay. So I think we're going to retreat now. We'll put on, I'm going to get some of those clips put together that I mentioned from the standout today and from Jill, who was at McLean, because I think that's worthy of a look. So I'll post that stuff. I think Joy's going to go back to pick up the interview or one of the interviews with Dr. Joseph Deering. Great guy. Even now I've mispronounced his name. Who knows? But good to have on. It was great to touch base with him again this week as we get near the end of this trial. So let me leave you to that. Thank you, Joy. We'll be back at the normal 6 o'clock. If something odd happens between now and then, we'll certainly we'll check in with you. But that's the plan. We'll see you a little bit later here, Just to Serve TV.
Tragic situations, and this one was one that stayed with me because the children were tucked up in bed with their favorite toys. She'd drawn green hearts on them. There was lipstick on the foreheads where she'd kissed them all, and on the wall she'd written things like, "I've put them to bed with their bears, they love their bears." There was another comment that she wrote where she said on one of the walls, "I'm going to keep them safe." She'd written, "I love you" on the children, drawn these hearts on them, and she'd written rather poignantly, "A mother never abandons their children." She was clearly a devoted mother who, for some reason, and we can only speculate what sort of intrusive delusions, what sort of threat she felt she and the children were under. But her response in that particularly sad situation was to protect her children as she saw it in her delusional state by taking their lives in a way that she thought was caring, and then taking her own life so that, as she saw it, she could be with them, protecting them. Now, that didn't go to any trial because she died in the fall. So that came to an inquest to try and piece together what had happened. But the sad thing is that in some ways she was functioning quite normally, objectively. There was CCTV of her returning the flat keys to her partner's address. There was quite normal functioning at some levels, but clearly a really deranged set of delusions at another level that led to this incredibly tragic outcome. So it can be, even with the best will in the world, quite difficult in some situations to pick up, because the situation at moment A may not be the same situation that presents itself an hour, 2 hours later. So it can be difficult, but one of the biggest problems is actually the medical profession itself being aware of the significance and the intense danger that the situation can present. Puerperal psychosis, postpartum psychosis, is a medical emergency, and it really has to be treated as such. When I'm speaking as a non-psychiatrist, Alan is the expert in this area and a leading expert in this area, but it can come on late. When the oldest child in the situation the youngest infant in the situation I was referring to was 11 months of age. So it can come on later, it can be masked, but it needs to be recognized and treated as the medical emergency that it is by the profession itself. And the service that Alan has set up is a gold standard, really, of how to do that.
So, Alan, I morphed into you as to the question I posed you, and then Peter asked, how do we identify and could women, and two, what causes that switch that could happen in a minute? So that's one of the things the prosecution here is saying. Well, she was fine. She was ordering dinner 20 minutes before. She sent her husband out, so she's clearly there was no problem with her. She was going about her normal duties.
Yeah. So I've seen lots of women who appear superficially well, and this does seem extraordinary. I absolutely acknowledge that. And people who have not been faced by this sort of presentation, and indeed who aren't experienced in seeing people with postpartum psychosis, I can totally understand that they would find this somewhat unbelievable. But I have seen women who have been able to hide with superficial functioning, such as getting dinner and the children appearing well dressed and being got to school or to, out for their walks or whatever. But at the same time, harboring absolutely horrific thoughts in their minds and teetering on the brink of some sort of catastrophe. And just to make the point that in most cases, that catastrophe is not the woman killing the children, but the woman killing herself. And both in the US and the UK, the main cause of postnatal deaths in women giving births is psychiatric causes of death, not physical causes of death. Suicide is the leading cause of postnatal death. And this is very rarely spoken about. And it's extraordinary that maternity services are exclusively physical healthcare services when you have that sort of statistic of maternal deaths. So it's women themselves who are usually the victims, but absolutely they can hide this. Why is the original onset so rapid? We don't know. But we do know that there are groups of women who are at particularly high risk, and we can detect that risk in advance, even when those women are well during pregnancy. And that is something that we ought to act on. One of the cases, Pete was talking about a case, one of the cases that really spurred the politicians into a degree of action was the case that Pete described. But another one was in the East End of London, where we both studied, a psychiatrist. This woman was a psychiatrist herself who had a known bipolar disorder, which is a severe recurring illness with episodes of being perfectly well, interspersed with episodes of psychosis, mania, and severe depressions. So this woman was a psychiatrist with a known bipolar disorder, became pregnant, and told her physicians about her bipolar disorder when she was being seen in relation to her pregnancy. And it is known that is one of the high risk groups that gives you a 50% risk of developing postpartum psychosis. Nothing was done to protect this woman, even though she herself was a psychiatrist working in the system, and she ended up killing her baby and killing herself whilst acutely ill postnatally. And there's a moving, sad, tragic photo taken of her. And in fact, I have a collection of these photos of women while they are psychotic, having photos taken, as you do when you have a recent or a new baby or a small child, holding the baby, smiling at the camera. But at the time, she was incredibly ill and on the brink of killing herself and her baby. And these photos, I sometimes show them in lectures of these smiling women. And I say, what do these photos have in common? And the audience says, well, they're all smiling. And in fact, that's not what they have in common. They're all psychotic, acutely ill, very high risk, in desperate need of treatment. Very, very extraordinary presentation. And you need expertise both to understand this and most importantly, to detect it. And we need to move on from the law onto good services to protect these women so they don't have to end up in any sort of legal or court situation. But what we must not do is, when things have gone desperately wrong, then punish them even more than the suffering they've already experienced, partly as a result of the neglect of the state.
Alan, let me ask you this question, which relates to the facts of this case and some of the unknowns in this case. Even the prosecution in their opening statement references Lindsay Clancy going out the window, not jumping out, diving out, hanging out, falling out, but described it as she went out the window. Now, when you hear about the seriousness of the injuries, the crushed vertebrae at the C level and at the T level, I don't know how it happened. So from a psychiatric standpoint, what does it tell you when you learn, how she went out that window, a dive, a hang, a jump? How does that factor into your analysis?
Yeah. So most people who kill themselves, complete suicide, so suicide is death, most people intend to die. And just that in itself is almost unimaginable. Imagine how bad things you'd have to think things were in your life for you to decide not only that you'd rather be dead, but that you are going to kill yourself. Can you put yourself in that situation? It's almost unimaginable. So very serious attempts that don't lead to death are almost certainly, such as I understand it, and I don't know the details of this case, but it sounds to me from your description like this was a pretty serious thing to happen, and she was lucky to get out of it alive. From the psychiatric point of view, I would say it's almost certain that she was intending to die. And for you to intend to die, you have to be severely disturbed in your mental state, suffering from a severe mental illness. There's no way around that.
Yeah. And you and Peter both mentioned the same word, Peter, a lot more intrusive thoughts. And that's, she was writing in her diary that she was having intrusive thoughts. Is that a code word for something, doctors, both Peter and Alan?
Yeah. So intrusive thoughts the true meaning of intrusive thoughts are incredibly common. So all of us occasionally get a thought, an unwelcome thought. For example, you're walking along a cliff path and you think, oh, I might fall, or I might even jump, and, I've got to stay clear of the edge. That's kind of normal, and we just shrug it off. It passes very quickly. And intrusive thoughts from a pathological point of view are, for example, in depression or severe anxiety, you get those sorts of thoughts, but really, really frequently, and so frequently that it stops you thinking about anything else. And that's very common in postpartum depression, not psychosis, postpartum depression. And the sort of intrusive thinking that goes on in postpartum psychosis is what we psychiatrists call delusions. And that's not just thoughts, it's beliefs, where you 100% believe that the devil is coming to get you and is going to cut your head off. And can you imagine believing something? That's a real case example. Can you imagine believing, you wouldn't sleep at night, you'd keep all the windows shut, and you'd be absolutely terrified because the devil can get through walls and so on. It's almost unimaginable. So that is a delusion, and that happens in psychosis. But it's commonly referred to by lay people and sufferers as an intrusive thought, or I was thinking, or I felt like. So all sorts of words are used, but these are delusions, is what we call them technically.
One of the practical difficulties at times as well for doctors and for all healthcare professionals in this situation is actually assessing suicide risk when you're sitting with a living patient, because it can be quite difficult to assess because it can vary in different circumstances. And certainly as someone who spent a lot of time assessing suicide risk for living people in custody, prisoners in custody, and a lot of people with psychiatric problems who wound up in custody, one of the problems was actually assessing the suicide risk, because at times people can feel very bleak but are not yet suicidal. At other times, they may genuinely be suicidal, but have enough insight to feel that, well, if I say I am, they're going to watch me more closely and I won't be able to kill myself. And then there may be another cohort of people who actually are not suicidal, but in some situations may feel that there is some gain to appearing to be suicidal. And it's trying to work out in which group that person that you're assessing can find themselves. One of the things that I remember we were taught by one of the psychiatrists that lectured us when we were medical students many, many years ago was an idea of lack of future concept. If you ask people, do you ever feel like harming yourself? Well, actually, it's not uncommon if people feel low and depressed to feel like harming themselves. It can be important to explore what stops them doing it. They may feel that relatives or others would suffer if they weren't there, and they're not ill enough yet to take their lives, and they feel that might stop them. The flip side of that coin is if they feel that their condition is such that they're harming people who love them, that can be a really dangerous progression. But getting an idea of what their concept of future is can be very helpful in terms of determining whether they are bleak and empty about the future or whether they still see some future there. And it's part of that whole network of problems that present in these situations of trying to assess suicidal risk, because a lot of people who are quite significantly mentally ill or suffering from a fluctuating but severe mental health condition may have quite lucid intervals where it can be easy, if you don't really try and get under the skin of what's happening, to miss a significant mental health problem. And as we were saying earlier on, peripheral psychosis is very much in that category. And so assessing suicide risk can be difficult, but it's essential that it's done properly face-to-face rather than just on charts and scores, which I don't think are a particularly effective way of doing it. You need to be sitting with your patient and talking with them and exploring those aspects.
Just to add to that, in the case of postpartum psychosis, I mean, all of that is absolutely correct. It really is tricky, and charts and scores have been shown to be ineffective in predicting suicide risk. Clinical knowledge and experience is far more effective, and teamwork and knowing the patient. But in the case specifically of postpartum psychosis, this is such a high-risk illness that it has to be assumed from the get-go before you even undertake a risk interview or assess the situation. Just the knowledge that somebody is recovering from a postpartum psychosis puts them at fabulously high risk. And that's why you need to take this condition very, very seriously. And that's why most women, not all, but most women with a postpartum psychosis need admission to hospital in the most acute phase and need very careful continuity of care after, because otherwise they die, and a small proportion of their children, will be at risk of dying as a result of this illness. It's a very, very high risk illness. And I've been very lucky in my career. I've seen very few suicides amongst the women I've cared for, but I've been ultra cautious as part of my perinatal practice with postpartum psychosis. Lots of other things, lots of other conditions, you can actually work with the patient and take risks. But in psychosis, the patient is simply not in control of what's going on, and you cannot do a deal. You have a president at the moment who's famous for doing deals. In this example, you cannot do a deal with somebody because they are not in control of their thinking at all.
Let me ask you both this, because you've touched on something that's really been a hot button topic for people watching this trial. This concept of, okay, maybe I've had suicidal ideations, maybe some intrusive thoughts, but I have no plan. And so the healthcare provider will say, well, there's no plan, as if that determination tells them where they need to go next, or what they don't do, what they don't feel they're needing to do. The plan. Let me start with you, Peter. Is that something unique to the U.S.? How do you handle that distinction?
I wouldn't want to put too much weight on the absence of a plan as some measure of psychiatric good health, because people can change very quickly. They can also act on impulse. And in a situation where, as Alan absolutely rightly says, this person is not in control of their function, that can change very quickly. So I actually would feel much less confident in putting weight on the absence of a plan. The illness itself is so full of risk that I think Alan's default position is the correct one, that you've got to act as if there is a suicide risk here, even if the normal assessment that you do in a less acute psychiatric condition for a less acute psychiatric illness, you can do those risk assessments. Here, Alan's absolutely spot on. You've just got to absolutely assume that high risk is there, and you have to treat this as a psychiatric emergency, but that involves recognizing it for what it is. And that's a big problem sometimes, even with healthcare professionals, recognizing the degree of risk. Firstly, what the condition is or what it is likely to be, and then remembering the degree of risk that's associated with it.
Yeah.
And Alan,
that sounds far too reasonable. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
far too reasonable.
Michael's the reasonableness. So Alan, let me then ask you, going on with that, no plan, right? Okay, so she doesn't get treatment. She doesn't get admitted because she doesn't have a plan. I find that unbelievable. If you have ideations and you're having intrusive thoughts and all, and she's writing in journals, she needs help, and she's calling her mother. She actually asked her mother if she could sleep with her in the same bed. This is a grown woman, because she was scared. She was expressing fear, and her mother was coming back and expressing fear. Now, the prosecution has been done something which has really been pissing me off. Excuse my language, but just as a person who's practiced.
It's a medical term.
Yeah,
it is. I thought it was a legal term, but maybe you're right.
It covers both options.
Okay, but the prosecution would say, well, she was faking committing suicide because she had hesitation marks, by the way, on her arms and wrists. She coded twice, okay, after she jumped, but their hesitation marks are superficial. And so therefore she was pretending that she was going to kill herself, and her plan went wrong and she ended up hurting herself. She just wanted to get away from her kids. And today it was slipped in that there was hesitation marks, but the judge won't allow what the interpretation of those hesitation marks mean. And you and I all know what they mean, hesitation marks. Talk to us about how this is a misrepresentation by the government, if you want to say hesitation marks aren't meaningful when you're talking about a woman who's got 3 kids, who's being treated for postpartum depression and clearly has some postpartum psychosis risk.
So just a question of language here, speaking from the UK, I'm not sure what you mean by hesitation marks.
Peter does, right?
Yeah,
Peter
I mean,
does,
again,
right?
just with the coroner hat on, and also with a police surgeon, forensic medical examiner hat on, it's the sort of incisions, that the superficial cuts that you might make.
Deliberate self-harm. Yeah.
But they can be interpreted in 2 ways. And often not correctly. They can be interpreted as, well, he doesn't really mean it, or she doesn't really mean it. But in fact, I have seen so many completed suicides who have not only evidence of old deliberate self-harm, but also in people who've never done self-harm before, but have killed themselves by either cutting their throats, their wrists, that there are a few tentative marks before they make the final big one. And it's not uncommon to see hesitation marks. There's some good work done looking at people who do subject themselves to deliberate self-harm. And if you follow them for a year, a significant percentage will go on to complete a suicide in the next year. So they shouldn't be dismissed as just for show. They are warning signs. They're red flags that need assessment. Maybe not with the kind of exactly the kind of the blue light urgency that the presentation we're talking about here in peripheral psychosis presents with, but they are absolutely important because there is a significant chance of that being a person who will complete suicide within the next year. And even in people who've never done it before, I have seen, unfortunately, more than enough completed suicides where there's one very deep cut and around it, little superficial cuts where they're trying it out first, and then steel themselves and just go for it. And it's horrific to see because it gives you just an awfully sad insight into what's going through their minds in those last few moments.
It's a complete, Pete's absolutely right, it's a complete myth that self-harming, non-fatal self-harm means that you're at low risk of suicide. It's the absolute opposite. And hesitation marks is a really terrible term. So testing out marks or getting ready, if you're going to go and swim in cold water, some people dive straight in, but a lot of people get in slowly because it's unpleasant and it's scary.
So it sounds like it's more like practicing than hesitating.
Yeah, practice, testing,
up the courage,
getting ready, psyching oneself up to do something, really, really difficult. And if you believe that something really dreadful is going to happen to you, a nuclear bomb is about to go off over your head, and you decide that ending your life is the best thing to do, it's still an incredibly difficult thing to do. And these people are, in a way, extraordinarily brave. I mean, many of these women, like the one that Pete was describing earlier, are saving their children from horrific futures as they understand it in their minds. And the suffering that they're going through is utterly awful. What would it take for you to take a razor and start cutting your wrists? How bad would life have to be? How dreadful would you have to feel? Most people with terrible cancers don't want to die. But with these mental illnesses, people want to die.
And they want to kill their children with their
want
psychosis.
To save their children from horrific suffering.
They're killing and saving. Right.
Yeah. They need help. It should never have happened in the first place. If it was one of these predictable cases, care should have been there, and it should never have got to that level of severity. And that's the state should be on trial, not the individual.
So how long until you said that it's always curable, postpartum psychosis. Now her children are dead. She's living in her own hell, I would say, her own prison, being quadriplegic from the sternum down. Obviously she has a doctor who's there almost every day treating her. what now will bring out shall we say, the fight is, well, if she's found not guilty because she couldn't understand or comprehend the seriousness of what she was doing, will she ever get out of the psychiatric institution and then get to live her life while her 3 kids are dead? That's the other issue that we're going to have going on.
It's unimaginable. And, as an experienced psychiatrist, I've got very little to offer in terms of how on earth to help this woman rehabilitate from the traumas that she has lived through. I mean, you start out your life with your wonderful children. You do not expect that this is how it's going to turn out. It's just horrific beyond belief. And here we are debating the niceties of the criminal justice system. It's awful. And will she ever recover? No, of course she'll never recover from this. She will live with this trauma for the rest of her life, however long that is, whatever ends up happening, either in the court or in terms of the help and the care that she gets. Can she be helped? Well, yes, I'm sure things can be made a little bit easier. But intensive therapy is still going to leave a person who is going to be suffering enormously for the rest of their lives. And of course, there's the rest of the family as well. And there's her guilt about the rest of the family who are still the partner, the father, and it goes on.
And the children, obviously.
This is why these things just shouldn't happen. Because this is far worse than a cardiac death. If those children had died cot deaths, yes, it's awful, but nothing like as horrific. The whole of the United States, a lot of the world is suffering with this story, let alone the individual there. Surely we can invest a little bit to provide better care to stop this sort of thing happening. And we can't stop every case, but we can jolly well. I mean, you absolutely can stop this level of horrific outcome.
Yeah.
Well, I think we've kept you guys up past your bedtime.
Sorry about that. I promised you 20 minutes and we've gone almost a whole hour.
We never promised under oath how long it is. So time goes along sometimes.
We'll know to get it in writing next time.
Yes. Well, guys, what a pleasure. And I know the questions will keep coming. So I hope you don't mind if we keep you in the Rolodex.
Absolutely.
Is it, anybody know what a Rolodex is anymore? Anyone?
Yeah. We still know what those are.
Four of us do.
In the file of facts somewhere.
Such an important topic. And so I wish your whole population luck with getting things better.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Appreciate it.
We're going to try to start with this case. Thank you, Dr. Peter Dean, my friend of so many years. Thank you, my new friend, Dr. Alan Gregoire. And we're going to let you go since it is 5 hours ahead in England, and viewers should give them that,
yes.
That
so appreciate
it. And Michael Bryant and I will stay on. So we'll let you go, and we're going to
take care, guys.
Thank you.
Exactly what was used as an example today. Yeah.
And they're not looking if there's any blood. If there is any blood, they're not looking there because it's not an autopsy where they're shaving your head. Okay, the hospital's trying to save her life.
And she kept saying, Dr. LaPosada said, "Well, it's under the hair. It's under the hair." Well,
Right.
you're sure that it's under the hair, even though
Yeah.
you couldn't see it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then so she gives what she thinks is a crescendo of a question. You're saying to this jury, even though you couldn't see any pictures, we can't see any visual evidence of some bruising or some injury, but you say it's there under the hair.
Yeah.
Absolutely correct.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who had the
That's it.
mic drop moment? Hey,
Yeah, I
I
know.
think I heard Dr. Yosef has joined. So let's put this on hold while we bring
Okay.
on the doctor and we get into some of the details that we have learned since his last appearance. There he is. How you doing, sir? How are you?
Yeah, good. Thanks, Michael. Hey, Linda. Great to be back.
You've been busy,
Nice.
I'm guessing.
Thank you. Thank you for coming back. You know,
Yeah.
we have a lot has happened since you've been back, and we've been getting an education, doctor. I don't know if you had a chance to, because you're so busy to look. We did have some experts on postpartum psychosis, specifically from England and all, and we have learned a lot about it and how it can turn on and turn off, and about how, and the drugs and all, which is the conversation you started with us. So we're letting you pick up right where you left off.
Something happened today too, doctor, that made me think of you. There was the tapering. The word tapering came up as a verb. Did you hear some of the testimony about the tapering, and do you think it was effective if you did? Not the testimony, the tapering.
You're going to have to jog my mind. I haven't been able to look at the testimony for today. So what were they talking about tapering the benzodiazepines at the end? Was that what?
And the Seroquel. Remember the Seroquel was tapered down. We talked about this before, I think, where they went from, 800, I believe was the max, but they went from 100 to 200 to 300 to 400. That was the prescribed increase day over day. That sounds a little extreme to me, but then they had to back that off and taper her off to effectively zero.
I mean, so I was aware that she was tapered very quickly because I think she had been on some form of a benzodiazepine since October. Now, at the start of
I think.
Yeah, she was on some Ativan, she was on some Valium, and then at the start of January, she ends up hospitalized in the Harvard Hospital. And the doctor there, because I listened to her testimony, she prescribes a 14-day taper. 14 days is a pretty quick taper coming off benzodiazepines. And I couldn't help but wonder, hey, if you are, because remember, Lindsay's main problem was that she was having severe insomnia. And to come off multiple months of a benzo in 14 days, that can trigger a lot of insomnia, a lot of anxiety. And then when you're in benzodiazepine withdrawal, because that is a really fast taper, that's a quick taper, and that should have been done slower, honestly. But when you're in benzo withdrawal and then they start stacking on the amitriptyline, which we already know she's responded poorly to antidepressants previously, I almost wonder whether that was like a 1-2 punch, and that's why she actually had the most severe reaction from the amitriptyline, where she had the command auditory hallucinations to kill her children at the end. So I do think that the tapering is a factor.
This is interesting because I think that was one of the questions that Kevin Reddington, her attorney, had asked the doctor at the very end. And when you had the amitriptyline and you increase that dose or whatever at the end, that's what really set her off. And so he was talking about that. So there must be something that they're working on in the malpractice suit that deals with that. Yeah. So the whole idea of the psychosis, when we talked to Dr. Gregoire last night, Alain Gregoire, I should say. He talked about how the psychosis unless you're in maternal health and know about it and been trained a little about it, when you're in the post-natal mental health issue disease, it can turn on. It could turn on just like that. You could be a smiling mother at one point, and the next point you've killed your children and gone out the window. How does all the drugs that you've been discussing with us that was probably an issue, especially if she had bipolar, go into that theory?
Sure. So, she had mood elevations during her first 2 postpartum periods, and so I know that's the defense has been talking about that. And if you have a bipolar spectrum disorder, if you get put on antidepressants, like multiple antidepressants, like she was put on, the Zoloft, the Prozac, and the amitriptyline at the end, they all have they all have warnings in their labels, and the warnings and precautions. These are the areas of the label that are the most important for side effects. It all shows that these drugs can precipitate mania and psychosis, and that's what they're arguing, that these actually precipitated these psychotic episodes. And so, what we know about psychosis is that it ebbs and flows. And the prosecution have been trying to say, hey, unless she was like essentially drooling and falling over herself and talking about like Martians kind of, coming into her brain, then she couldn't have been psychotic. This must have been calculated and planned. But anyone that works with people who have been psychotic, whether it's on adverse reaction to a psychiatric drug, on methamphetamine, with schizophrenia, or even postpartum psychosis, they will know that these people can look very put together at one moment, and then they can be very disorganized. I mean, a good example is to think of A Beautiful Mind with John Nash. I don't know if you guys remember that movie.
Yes.
Yeah, right? He's like
Yeah.
a professor, and he's fooling a lot of people, and they think he's okay. And then there's this big reveal where they go to this like shack behind his house, and it's just like covered with papers, and it's like and there's this complete insanity going on there. And so you can present as being put together, even if you have these crazy delusions simmering away in the background. And so when they say, yes, it can come and go, that is true. And many people with psychosis can look completely normal at times.
What do you think about the interplay of all the drugs? I don't think I've heard enough to know exactly what was going on, when and where, and what the overlap was and what the residual effect was. We know there were no blood draws, which might have helped explain all of that. But how do you interpret what I think is the lack of certainty about what all the drug interplay really means?
So I think it has to all be grounded on what's in the medical record. And what we see in the medical record is she gets on Zoloft, it makes her insomnia worse. She doubles the dose, the insomnia gets even worse. A couple of weeks later, same drug, Prozac, she starts it, she feels even worse. And so we have to just base it off the clinical report. And then, when it comes to what happened right at the end, the amitriptyline isn't working. They double the dose to try and see if it gets any better. And that precipitates the psychotic episode, the intensification. And then that final piece is with the benzos. I mean, we know she was on benzos long-term for at least 2 to 3 months before she goes into the Harvard hospital. And then the doctor testified that she prescribed a 14-day script for her to come off. And then when we got the toxicology reports later on, because I heard some of that testimony, they said it was subtherapeutic doses of the benzodiazepine metabolites. And so to me, that suggests that she was in benzo withdrawal, like when that happened. And so I do think there's enough of here are two things that I think you can say. I do think you can say she was likely in some benzo withdrawal, and that there is a pretty clear track record in the medical records that antidepressants were making her worse. And that's what I would anchor it to.
Hi. And talk about the interplay then with the fact that this is postnatal maternal health, postnatal mental disease, because that has to go along with it. And how does the whole issue of the drugs make that worse if she is a candidate to have psychosis to begin with, which I understand you can now predict, according to Dr. Gregoire.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you certainly can go into severe depression and develop psychosis independent of being put on all these psychiatric medications. I mean, postpartum psychosis can occur on its own. We already know that. And it did seem like Lindsay was having a lot of depression and a lot of insomnia. But I don't think, the first report, I think, from her mother was in December, that she was starting to really deteriorate. She was starting to have homicidal thoughts about her kids then. And so I'm thinking that, that's kind of probably when the psychosis emerged. So I don't know whether the psychosis, like she would have become psychotic from her postpartum depression, whether it would have built up to that level, or whether it was just because she was getting so much worse from these medications and she was having these adverse drug reactions that it kind of pushed her into having this this psychosis. So, I mean, that's the way I look at it.
What do you think about the prosecution, parading all of the happy moments and the happy photos, and they're at the water park and they're at the museum, and see, everything's perfectly fine. How does that square, and how does the jury wrap their minds around that within days of the incident?
So I think the argument they're trying to make is that if we are to believe that she really was, seriously depressed and psychotic, then she would have had to have looked like that the entire time. That's what they're trying to say. Well, she's out at lunch and, she went to get a massage and she did this. Look at this photo. She's smiling. And it just clinically, it just doesn't match up with what psychiatrists and mental health experts see. I mean, we know people can become psychotic and delusional and smile and look functional and be perfectly normal, while also having these psychoses in the background. We know that it can wax and wane. That sometimes you can, feel better, and other times you can have these intense episodes of psychosis. So I don't actually think what the prosecution is trying to do is really make sense clinically as a psychiatrist that's worked with lots of different psychotic people.
Yeah, but they're going to. I don't know who they have they even said who they're going to have, Michael, as rebuttal to the issue of psychosis. I mean, I just start with the fact that here you have. It's very unusual, in my opinion, to have the mother-in-law, grandmother, also grieving the death of 3 children, the ex-husband, and the whole family of exes, so to speak, testify in her behalf of what a great mother she is, and they're testifying information that helps Lindsay Clancy and all, and they seem to be involved and know that she was trying to get help. So I don't know who's going to come and say she was faking all this, and what would be the reason then to kill her kids out of the blue? I don't get it. I mean, I don't understand it.
Yeah. This is so gut-wrenching that it's such a gut-wrenching story because, there's no motive, there's no affair going on. Everyone who observed her saw that she was a mother and she really cared. And I don't know if you guys heard some of this. Like, were you listening to the diary entries? I think it came out towards the end of last week.
Yeah.
Like, it was just like the most relatable thing. I felt like I could have been reading my wife's diary, just talking about the struggles, returning back to work, the guilt about looking after her kids, wanting to spend more time with her husband, wanting to have another child. How's she going to manage all of this? The guilt about being so tired. Like, I think most mothers and most husbands who've had kids and supported their wives through this, like it's hard to fake that. Like it's someone who's just like really cares and really wants to do well. And I think that's why we have something so unusual where the husband who has the most right to be suspicious and to be upset and the in-laws to turn on her. But it just seems like they really know her. And then they saw the person who was in those diaries, who was desperately trying to keep it together and to be a good mom and do all of these things. And that's why they're all standing up beside her saying, listen, there is no alternative explanation. She's not trying to, blame the mental illness or blame the drugs. Like none of that is like, it doesn't make sense to them. And that's why they're supporting her. And that's why I think she, I hope she'll be found not guilty by reason of insanity, because I don't think it serves anyone to send her away to jail for, to prison for something like this.
Yeah, here's the entry that got me, and then I read it on the air. I showed it, I think, earlier today, and this is October 20th, 2022. It's 6 a.m. in the morning, it looks like. And she writes her mom, texts her mom, "Mom, will you please come up and stay with me for a bit? I'm really sick. Something is wrong. I had horrible insomnia all night, and I just don't know how I'm going to get through the day. I started taking the medicine my doctor prescribed for anxiety, and I think it's made things worse. It's just really scary, and I don't want to be alone." Oh, yeah. That's to me that's such a cry for help. She doesn't want to be alone, and I assume that's because she's got intrusive thoughts that's starting when she doesn't want to tell people because she doesn't want to lose her kids or whatever.
Which was something that was brought up with Dr. Zeisel's testimony today, that's quite often a very strong overriding concern for people that might have similar circumstances. I thought about this, doctor, from the very beginning, that I need to see something that suggests that a normal mom is going to end her children's lives. Well, give me something. Give me some history of abuse. Give me something. In the absence of something like that, then I'm going to look at postpartum conditions. I'm going to look at the drug overlay. And at this point, at the end of the Commonwealth case, yes, they still get to bring their rebuttal. I don't know how the jury gets there. I don't know how the jury says, well, she seemed fine to me, but apparently she's an evil person.
Yeah, and you remember the opening statements. They were trying to say she's a control freak. You know, she lost nanny support and she was returning to work, and she just, you know, that was too much for her. She couldn't bear to not be in control. No, I don't think anyone's really going to buy that.
If that were true, how many times would we see this over and over and over and over again? You know, anybody that's had, you know, kids or grandkids, and they've seen, you know, the mom that cares so much that she's, you know, incremental in how she's deciding what to be done to care for them. Yeah, that's wild, crazy. I don't think anybody's thinking that. They're like, yeah, that sounds kind of familiar to me.
Yeah. I saw a comment in the chat go by, and here, this is from Lexi, two-time. It would take a lot for me to send a message like that to my mother, who I know would drop everything and be there in a second. I wouldn't want to scare the crap out of her unless it was life or death. That's pretty prescient. That's a pretty prescient way to put it at 6 a.m. to send a message to your mom. And then, you know, as we know afterwards, you ask your mom to sleep in the same bed with her because she was scared to be alone. I don't understand. How do you get from there to she's feigning a suicide attempt? Now, you've seen people that do feign suicide attempts, but did this have any indication to you that this was a feigned suicide when she dove out the window in I call it a swan dive?
No, I mean, and I think they showed that pretty well. When they were talking about her medical care afterwards, I mean, she coded, like she nearly died from blood loss. She also severed her spinal cord. I mean, she's paralyzed for life. And so, listen, if like you would have to be pretty good to really find that fine line and just be like, I'm going to take it right up to the edge. In order to really sell this. I'm not buying that. You know, this looked totally genuine and disorganized and like a frantic suicide that a psychotic person would do.
Yeah.
Let me turn the tables up and if you're uncomfortable answering this question, I get it, but I got to ask. I'm looking now at the ADAs and trying to evaluate them because they
the assistant district attorneys
for the Commonwealth, the ones prosecuting this case, because every time I see them do something that seems like they are detached from reality in terms of life experience, that they say and do things that are inconsistent with most people's common experiences, whether it be with kids or with the way a doctor might prescribe medicine. Do you get any read on them based on their behavior in the courtroom?
Yeah, and So, I mean, the opening statements kind of hit me from the ADA, and I was just like, she sounds like she hasn't had children before. You know, if you're going to put this, like, you know, what was that thing? It was like, oh, she pulled up these notes. Oh, do you see these notes? 2 tablespoons of oats. You know, that's the way my son likes it. Yes. Look how much of a control freak she is. It's like, who isn't a control freak in the postpartum period? Like, moms are anxious. You're even more anxious in that period of time. Like they're so picky about these little things. You know, they want things done just the right way. And it's like your job as a husband a lot of the time is just like, hey, you know, listen, my wife's she's going through this right now. I'm just going to go with the flow. She's kind of intense and picky. And most husbands kind of do that during that period. And so when she's looking at this and saying, hey, there's something pathological here, I'm just like, I don't think so. It's not really meshing with me that you understand what it's like to have kids. I may be wrong. Maybe she has, but she just seems kind of like disconnected from that. And I actually think that's not going to serve her well. Like if they have a lot of women on that, in jurors there who have had kids and gone through that, I think they're going to sense that. They're going to see this disconnect between how she's characterizing her and what their own personal experience is like going through this.
Yeah, and just as a reminder about the jury makeup, it's 12 women, 6 men, but we don't know what the ultimate 12 is going to be because they have their random, alts will be selected. Conceivably, it could be 12 women. It's possible. And from what I can tell, all but a couple seem to be mom type or grandmother type. So,
Yeah. So doctor, obviously, you're concerned about the drugs, and I know all of our concern that we want to make sure we present a proper case to the public out there about what postpartum psychosis is, or if lesser if it's postpartum depression, and all, and to be aware of it. When you see a patient who has some kind of postnatal mental health issue, to you, what's the most important thing that you first have to assess? I don't want to put you on the spot, but
Yeah.
somebody comes in, you've got a referral from somebody, and they said, we see this patient who's getting some normal protocol for depression, but I need you to see her for the drug protocol or to advise me what I should do next.
Yeah, so the main thing is really risk of harm to self and others. And for the most part, this was asked by a lot of the doctors in her care, and it was documented. Now, if we're going to talk about malpractice, the one area where this fell apart was that they did not get collateral towards the end. And so if, in that last 2 weeks, right before she deteriorates, she's getting worse and worse. I mean, that's what's documented in Jennifer Tuff's notes. At that point, even if someone is telling you, hey, I'm not suicidal, I'm not having homicidal thoughts, if someone keeps on deteriorating and their scales are getting worse and worse, eventually you make a call to the husband or the mom and you just say, hey, what's going on? And I think if they had done that at the time and they'd said, hey, I really need a second set of eyes on Lindsay, what's happening? Is there anything that she hasn't told me? The mom may have said, actually, she said something really frightening to me at the end of December. She said she was having thoughts about the kids. And then it's like, all right, that's, time to bring her in. But yeah, so the most important thing, Linda, is risk of harm to self and others.
Okay, so you touched upon a point. The prosecutors seem to be blaming, they asked both the mom and the mom-in-law, well, did you think of committing her? Did you commit her, civil commitment? Was it up to them at that point? But then when she's getting treated, I mean, how does this all work? I mean, to me, it was like you're blaming these two grandmothers for the loss of their kids. She's an adult. How am I going to civil commit her? I would call her doctors. I'd be talking to her doctors, but the doctors say they can't talk to me because of HIPAA. That's what's the testimony here. We can't, we didn't call the parents, we didn't say anything like you suggest.
Yeah, and you have to try and put yourself in the mom's situation. I mean, this is like never in a million years would anyone imagine something like this would happen. I don't know what she said to her mom. I'm having scary thoughts, and she might have just said that's ridiculous. And and you still seem rational. You've asked me to be here. You've asked me to be with you. You're fine. I'm just going to keep an eye on you. I mean, she may have said something like that. But I mean, hindsight's 2020. I think telling the doctors would have been a great thing to do. If people are listening right now, and if you ever hear something similar, I think telling the doctor is the right thing to do in that situation. But it's also one of those things where it probably seemed so unbelievable to the mom that she was like, I'm not even going to consider this.
Yeah.
Yeah. And she's being treated, so she's kind of deferring to the experts, Let me ask you this about Patrick Clancy, because we do know he appeared, and I say appeared because I believe it was a Zoom, in one of the sessions, the one in which it was suggested that Lindsay Clancy was bipolar. And he says rather adamantly, she is not bipolar. What does that little nugget tell you anything?
I mean, the sense that I got, in the context of hearing Reddington, the defense attorney, kind of, sort of hammer them afterwards, was that he was very convinced that the drugs were making her worse, and that he was angry and he was upset by the care that she was receiving. And so I could imagine him saying, I really think it's the drugs. And then the doctor saying, no, it's just her mental illness. It's just her depression. He's like, she is not bipolar. You guys have put her on these drugs and she is getting worse. I mean, that's how I imagine it. That's how I imagine it coming out.
That's a pretty good explanation, because we've all been in that situation with our doctors who, at some point say, no, it's not what I'm saying. It's not it. That's not, you're not looking at the right thing, because you want the doctors to hear you. So that really is an interesting way to look at it. I'm sure you've heard now, the new generation of TikTokers out there, they've got Patrick Clancy committing the homicide of these 3 kids. So we're going to ignore that. And we've already done an episode.
Yeah.
Michael's done an episode about that, saying, are you crazy here?
Yeah.
I mean, you know, you may be
I think
crazier than,
this
I
is taking
don't
on
like
a
to
life
throw it
of
out,
its
but
own. I mean, at this point, Linda, it's fan fiction. You know, it's people who really enjoy it and their imaginations are running wild. But it's dangerous. It's because there's some people out there that are going to really believe it, and they're going to threaten Patrick and his family. And so,
Wow.
yeah, it should not be promulgated. We should not be talking about it, but because it has serious consequences. But yeah, to me, there's nothing about this that makes it look like it's Patrick, and it's just fake.
We ridicule it in terms of its ignorance, but you're right. There is a safety concern because there are some crazy people out there.
Yeah. So I know we promised you only had to stay on a half an hour, and we're almost approaching that. So what I would like to do is ask you, and then I'm sure Michael has a follow-up, the 3 things that the public should take away from this case as a public service announcement, because you know this case amazingly well. For somebody that is not testifying as an expert in it, because obviously you're interested in the causes and the concerns and the issues. So what are the 3 things that you would say if you were doing a public service announcement to the public to be aware of, to take away from this whole Lindsay Clancy tragic case?
Yeah, I mean, so the first thing is to listen to your intuition. Like if a drug is making you worse, believe it, because what we saw time and time again in this case was Lindsay's intuition that the drugs were making her worse, Patrick's intuition, and they were essentially just getting bulldozed by the doctors who kept on prescribing medications and you know, doing what a lot of people do. They listened to their doctors, they trusted the authority, and they kept on going along with it against their intuition, and it had a terrible consequence. And so, you know, one is you have to recognize that, yes, these drugs can be really helpful for some people. Yes, they can be life-saving for some. But for other people, they're just not well suited to them, and they can have side effects, and it can make you worse. So recognition about the side effects. 2 is to trust your own intuition. You know, if something is getting worse, say something. And gosh, the last thing, you know, if I had to think of a third thing, is be more interested in the mental health care of people in your family. You know, if someone is going to a doctor and they're potentially getting on drugs that are going to change their mood and personality, go along to those visits. You know, I know there's not a lot of time. Be involved in that, because oftentimes the person who is on the drugs, if they're getting worse, they may not realize that they're getting worse because it's affecting their brain and their mind. And so to have you involved and kind of listening to what's going on and being that extra set of eyes there and working with the doctor, that can be really helpful. And so I'm going to leave that as number 3.
Yeah, I can't top that. I think those 3 things, people can make notes, write those things down, keep them nearby. And if you unfortunately are ever in a situation in which you need to call on them, at least you've had some of the best advice ever. Doctor, we appreciate it. We know you're very busy.
Very in demand. Very in demand.
Yes, give me this. It's tapering. What's the official service called? The company, the clinic?
Oh, sure. Yeah. So I have a clinic. We're in like 20 different states. It's Taper Clinic. You can check us out at taperclinic.com. We help people come off meds and find non-drug alternatives for their mental health. I'm also on all social media channels under Dr. Joseph. That's Josef. It's spelt in the German way. And we have a lot of stuff on the Dr. Joseph YouTube channel about drug tapering and non-drug alternatives for your mental health.
Great. Well, we know you're very popular, and we appreciate sharing just a little of your time with us. We really do. Well,
Thank you,
sir.
I hope you'll come up again after we get a verdict in this, so we can parse that out.
Yeah,
I'd love to
dig into that. Great. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Have a good night.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Take care. Bye.
Okay.
And Michael, you know what's interesting too, and it's as a result of, I see it in our chat that we talked about earlier today, people are trying to blame Lindsay for not taking all the drugs, even though she's on all this massive amount of drugs, and they don't understand, and our chat does, that there's a difference between reaching a therapeutic level. Because they said she didn't take them long enough to get to the therapeutic level of 4 to 6 weeks, but you can have the side effect immediately of a drug.
Yeah, we talked about that at lunch, how there's that weird dichotomy of, do we blame her because she didn't give it a shot? Or did she do what is human, which is, I don't like these side effects. I don't want to take any more of these drugs.
They're making it worse, right?
And I think I brought the subject up and asked the question, is the jury going to hold that against her somehow, that she didn't give it a try? She didn't, if she just stuck in there with those drugs at the required dosage, everything would have been fine. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. We had our Christopher on earlier this week, and he talked about he had side effects from drugs, and he immediately trusted his intuition when doctors said that. Trusted his intuition. Found different doctors that listened to him, to listen to the patient, put him on different drugs, and had him in control. But the first drugs were also bad. But he trusted his intuition, but he wasn't saying don't go to doctors. He was saying, if you trust your intuition, bear down, and then, use that trust in your intuition to try to get the help that you need. But here, Lindsay looks like she was trying to get help from everywhere, and nobody was listening.
Yeah,
no one.
it was the wayward ship. Nobody's steering. And the thing is, we've gotten used to that in today's world of medical treatment, where it's shunted off to nurse practitioner, physician's assistant. And we're surprised when, oh, wait a minute, the doctor's actually talking to me and giving me some time beyond, hey, gotta go, gotta move on, gotta crunch another patient through the mill.
17 minutes, I'm finished. With you.
And it's again, as I've said early on, it's an indictment of our treatment of patients, humans in this country, and hopefully maybe something good will come of the light being shown on that part of this case. It's definitely a third or fourth element down, but it's important. And we all experience that. Everyone. It's not one person that doesn't, they're not nodding their head when they hear about, the short shrift you get at a doctor's appointment that may not include a doctor.
That may not include a doctor for a long period of time.
I have a doctor's appointment to see the doctor. No, I didn't. I never did.
No, I made the doctor's appointment to see the doctor. Well, you'll get to see the doctor maybe 3 or 4 appointments from now, but first you got to see me.
Yeah, you got to.
We've all
got
been
to
there,
earn
right?
that. And I changed my primary care. It was over a couple of years. I never saw the doctor once. Now I'm lucky, knock on some wood. I'm relatively healthy, so I didn't have a lot of folks I needed to see. But just the good old internist, I never saw the doctor. And so I'm the hell out of here. And I went with somebody, first visit, hey, the doctor. So and you have to be a little proactive, I think, sometimes.
Yeah, pretty soon, when you go in for a hip replacement, you're going to see a robot. You won't even see anybody. A robot with a physician's assistant. I mean, but the victims here, we're not forgetting, by the way, on this channel about the 3 children. We're trying to educate people about postpartum psychosis so it doesn't happen again. That's what we're trying to do. And I think you can talk about the DAs in the courtroom today, the prosecutors in the courtroom today, but I think they have doubled down on making some terrible mistakes. The question is, though, will the jury say, well, we still have 3 children and she's got to pay. Who else has to pay? Because we can't put the doctors in jail.
Yeah, I think as I've really felt from the beginning, and nothing has changed my mind so far, that these jurors come to this case with certain biases, as all of us have, and I'm not sure they've seen or heard anything, to be honest, from either side to make them change whatever that bias might be. If you come into this trial and you sit in that box and your belief is somebody's got to pay for the deaths of those children, she's not getting off the hook, that's not going to change. Now, hopefully the voir dire system would have eliminated that kind of very strong bias, but you don't know. It happens. People get on. They want to be on. And the fact we still have 18 jurors, including the 6 alts, somewhat surprising as we move through the 4th week. Haven't lost a one.
Which means they want to be there.
And as I see them come in and day out, they're attentive. They're not just phoning it in. Very seldom do I see somebody kind of drift off. I probably have drifted off more than I've seen any of the jurors, but more important that they keep focused. And so it just tells me that, they appreciate that they're there to do a job. I know 6 people are going to be very frustrated and disappointed when they are identified as alternates, because they're going to feel, I've been cheated. I put in all this time and effort. What's the deal?
Yeah. Now, law and disorder, who is on, yes, the women are terrified of losing their kids. I think Dr.
And I
Greg
think
Ross said that last night too.
That really has to be played up and reinforced. That's a real thing. And I don't know that that's other than for women who have been mothers. I don't know that that's kind of like a default position. I never really gave it much thought that, oh yeah, you want to make some sort of noise like that may come back to bite you, and that will shut you up.
So before we talk about the prosecution and their insistence that this is a fake suicide, that ended in a quadriplegic who's in a wheelchair with a fractured C1, let's just go through a few of these as like a palate cleanser. Arlene Wiley, 9271, member for 16 months. I lost a friend and 3 children to this. Arlene.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. That you're the second or third person in our chat that has had somebody third. I think someone died from postpartum psychosis to this, right? And it's amazing it's still happening. Matter of fact, I thought that maybe Kevin Reddington had heard about our show last night because the last question he had to somebody was, do we treat postpartum psychosis different in other countries? And there was an objection, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is irrelevant, of course. Let me know when you got. I've got a couple
Candace Hoff, 30 joules flour. Vicky Watkins, 37, 550 joules. Stay hydrated. This is for you, Michael. Cindy X 8755.
Thank you so much.
Money from Michael. Maybe decaf. Because if I were you, I'd be holding myself back in the courtroom. The DA used the mortal sin exercise ban. And I said first sin, but I was just being over the top on that because to me that was they committed a mortal sin, if you want to talk about it that way. The other Karen we talked about, and then these are all new members. These
people
are all
are
members.
channeling their anger toward the bow. Did you notice those?
I know. I saw the funny thing is I'm going to just point out our new members here, and we thank you very much for being members, and we'll be back to getting back to our book club as soon as this happens. So since we're going past that now into what happened today, and you have questions. Bittersweets wants to know why didn't anything file for mistrial, Michael?
We talked about it, and I think a couple of reasons. First of all, I don't think it would have been granted. Number one, but why do you want it when you're by all accounts winning? So
yeah, that's exactly right. We've been in that situation. I've been in that situation cases. We didn't want a mistrial, even though the prosecution did something.
Similar answer to this question from Music to My Soul. Thank you for the donation. Appreciate that. Sometimes you just let people twist. An objection can save them from themselves. So sometimes you just don't.
Yeah. And thank you, Law and Disorder, for the 5 Justice Cert TV memberships. You already have them. Those have been given out for the generosity. If you can in the future, try to pay it forward if you like being a member. Thank you very much. So go to your questions, Michael, because I was at lunch. I was pretty much in a lot of a rant about the fact that what the prosecutor was doing and all. And then I saw this afternoon those that I seldom say a demonstration, but how did Dr. La Posada and Dr. Zeisel do? Because that's when I left you after lunch before they were.
I think they're amazing. She is her attitude is pretty much I don't care. Say what you want to say. Here's my position on it, and you're not going to shake me. And when you have it was like a little league team against the major leagues. She the questions being asked have a certain level of expectation and presumption that it's not based in reality or the science that Dr. La Posada is talking about. The reference to ligature versus manual strangulation. I mean, I don't know that that's a bizarre concept, but it was something that the prosecution would not let go of. And Posada was just like, I'm right. I know I'm right. So you can pound sand. And I think the jury sees who is the one with the knowledge, who's the one that's credible, and who's the one that's kind of grasping. When it comes to Dr. Zeisel, he is such a likable guy. And I like him more now. I didn't know about his 4 years service in Afghanistan, dealing with, field issues, with...
He's like Watson. He's like Watson and Sherlock Holmes.
Yeah, he's we're going to have him on for an origin story, and that's just another little nugget that we're going to explore. But he's 4 years he's over there, and he's dealing with folks who are dealing with the war and those things, the mental issues that come out of that. So I don't know that we have a lot of ex-military. We might have a few based on age as I see them, but people have to respect that. Right? Nothing to do with his specific testimony, but you got to respect that. Yeah. So his testimony is on the voices, on the psychotic situation, on the, as I call it, the light switch analogy. He reinforced that. He had the important testimony about her hearing a male voice that made her believe she had no choice. No choice. You have to kill the children and then kill yourself. So the evidence is in front of this jury. Whether they want to believe it or not, that's on them. And what is next after the defense rests is the rebuttal. What's it going to be? You ask about the witnesses the Commonwealth might have. They didn't have to disclose them because as a rebuttal case, you may not have any until you've heard the defense case. So they're not forced to say, well, if then these folks, they can effectively bring them on as a last minute surprise. We heard that they have a couple of high powered, well credentialed doctors. Who knows? And who knows what they're going to say that will rebut what is now coming in. And remember, Dr. Zeisel's not done.
Yeah.
I know that Reddington wanted to kind of have the crescendo of completing direct examination with him today, but time ran out. And Judge Sullivan, who I think most people appreciate his courtroom, he is nothing if not punctual. When 4 o'clock rolls around, it's like, okay, Fred Flintstone hearing the whistle for the end of the day. Woot! Oh, do you want to finish up? Let's wrap this up. And so he was mid-direct, maybe 80% of his way. He's got a little bit left, I'm sure.
Yeah,
And
may
then
work out for it may work out for his advantage to continue tomorrow morning.
Yeah, he'll get to remind of what happened today before the cross-examination begins. And then we're going to have, we still have that question hanging out there, and that's why I put this one up. Has the judge decided on the lady who worked at the hospital? We're talking about Emily Klondike, who is the TikToker, from TikTok to testimony, I've said. Now, we're not sure that's going to happen because the judge has not, at least on the record, said anything about it. He's got to make a decision maybe as early as tomorrow. I think he's running out of time. And the question is going to become, I think, more about what she can testify to as opposed to if, because the judge really focused on this period of time. The issue we've talked about is she left the hospital, McLean, about a year or so before Lindsay Clancy went in. So what's the relevance? Who cares? But on the staffing issues at or about the holiday time, is there enough meat there on that witness's bone, so to speak, to refute what the Commonwealth has laid out there, which is, hey, this was top-notch, treatment by all these healthcare providers. They're coming by, in what I call the drive-by treatment, but they were there for her, and it was so well done. Well, was it? So we'll see if that witness is going to be allowed to testify that maybe not so well done. They were waiting for records from McLean.
They keep waiting for records. Law and Disorder 101.
It's been a while now, yeah.
Thank you for the donation. The fear is palpable and increases anxiety over the thought of losing your children. It's hard. That's in terms of the women fearing who have postpartum mental illness as postnatal mental illness. I would adopt the terms used by Dr. Gregoire, who fear that. And everyone has agreed upon that. So what's the prosecution's theory? That this doesn't exist, that postpartum psychosis doesn't exist, that women don't fear losing their kids, that she was not over-medicated, that she just feigned coming out the window, but she was hanging on by her nails, right? And hopefully they'll hold on. And then she fell and thinks she's going to run. Why don't you just go out the window? Why don't you just run down the stairs and run away?
Yep. And I think, and I was so appreciative of Dr. Yosef, who, if you guys just missed him, re-rack this. I threw that at him. Let's now evaluate the attorneys in this case from what you've seen. Man. I mean, because I think all of us are getting some impression of them. The doctor said, I got the impression they don't have any kids. I think that's probably universal. Maybe wrong. Maybe it's mommy dearest. I don't know. But their personalities, I was trying to get at, and he gave us a little bit, which I appreciate. He could have said, I really did not go there. But they have, I think, the worst personalities to try a case like this. They may be great on a gang shooting or some sort of carjacking that ends in death. I don't know. All I know is what I'm seeing here, and that is two people that could not be worse suited for this kind of case, where you need a little humanity, a little empathy, not just this hard driving win at all costs. And then you get caught up in things like we saw today with the demonstration and with La Posada just running roughshod over the prosecution.
And then the 10 Commandments. Let's not forget about the 10 Commandments.
Again, as the thing that freaks me out about that is that it wasn't, I've been known to say things kind of off the cuff, probably regretted them, but this was not off the cuff. This was not like, oh, hey, we started talking about they went to church. I know what I'm going to do. Just popped into my head. No, this was, go to her notes. You're going to see in Buckingham the Bow, you're going to see on her notes that last question. I know it because she thought it was going to be a zinger. And it was. She just didn't really think through who was going to get zung or zinged.
And the same with the demonstration with those exercise bands and the.
Yeah, she just
Yeah.
couldn't. Again, she couldn't let go the fact that it's possible that these bands, with friction alone, could stay tight enough to continue the constricture that would end in death. I mean, because to her that was impossible. It's impossible. Watch. Let me loop them around here. See, they just fall off.
Yeah. And then
So
drop
is it inexperience? Is it naivete? Is it stupidity? Is it arrogance? I don't know.
And putting on the blue gloves. Putting on the blue gloves so you have the brown exercise, and then you just drop them on a desk that doesn't have any.
No, she threw them in the trash. Oh, the
they're on the
court's on the
right.
desk, and she threw she just like
Yeah,
threw the
and so
glove in the
you're
trash.
taking, supposedly you have this thing that has material on it that you can't touch, but you're just going to just drop them on the desk that everyone's touching there. I mean, it's such a it's not even a good TV moment. It's
not
just
good theater.
not.
No, no.
You know? Oh my goodness gracious, and all. And so anything else that we didn't talk about today? Because
No, I
you
think
have been on
we
the
can
road
wrap
a
it up.
lot.
Tomorrow we'll see the finish of the direct and then the cross of Dr. Z. We're gonna see. I'm trying to think who else we have lined up for tomorrow. Dr. Spinelli, perhaps, who was talked about today, and really not a whole heck of a lot more from the defense, as I understand their list. And then I think for scheduling, for those who are working out the scheduling, we'll see that. It may slop into the afternoon, and maybe the prosecution begins rebuttal that will go from later tomorrow into Thursday. Then I see the jury maybe being kicked free midday Thursday. They do jury instruction conference, deal with the verdict form, maybe give everybody Friday off, maybe push that to Friday. But Monday, it appears, is going to be closings and the case goes to the jury.
Yeah, and then the question is what is the jury going to do? And we talked about it when we get to that specific episode on our show. We'll talk about whether or not you have to have 3 verdict forms for the 3 different kids, or do they get lumped into one. I think you're probably thinking about it, have to have 3, unless you say was she in a post partum psychosis episode when the children were killed, period. I mean, that could be the one question instead of a guilt, that is the predicate to the rest.
It'd be best for the defense, but will the Commonwealth do that, or will they force them into a triple?
No.
Yeah.
They're not going to do that. They're going to want the triple, triple, you know that, So.
Well, we'll see. And I'll be back up there Monday. I'll be at the corporate studios tomorrow and then the rest of this week, and then back up here on Monday. So. And
we will be streaming tomorrow at 8:45, and we will have a regular show at 6, and with some more special guests as we're continuing our coverage of this tragic case of Lindsay Clancy, postpartum psychosis, the death of 3 children. And we've seen the victims, including the grandmothers, who have been up there, who I think have just been treated appallingly by the Commonwealth.
And despite what they lost, saying glowing things about the defendant.
Right.
Okay. Give us this like, subscribe, comment.
Yeah, please get us to 40,000. We're almost at 39. Subscribe. Hit that subscribe button, like, share, notify, and hype. And if you want to look at the episode from last night with Dr. Gregor, please try to hype that and share that, because, again, we're trying to educate everyone about postpartum psychosis. And if those 2 doctors, Dr. Dean and Dr. Gregor, did anything, I think that's a show that we could be proud of.
Yep. Very good. And thanks, everybody, for joining today. This is Justice Served TV. Have a great evening and try to do the right thing.
Why